Hi, what's going on, Conscious crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of Consciouztv. Child, we're here to get into. Oh, wait a minute. I got me pulled up somewhere else. Hold on. I got me pulled up somewhere else. Okay. All right. What's going on, y'all? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. If you're in the building, give me a thumbs up because thumbs upping helps YouTube to support the content and send it out to other YouTube patrons, okay? That thumbing up helps to get the content into the algorithm. So please give me a thumbs up. It don't cost your cheap self nothing, okay? If you're new here, definitely hit the subscribe button, and everybody needs to make sure that they have their notification bells set to all, because just like Yahshua, you never know the day or the hour when there's going to be content uploaded and dropped upon you, okay? Like a thief in the night, baby. We come through the veil, okay? So we're going to get into a very interesting dialogue today. We had a really powerful conversation, night before last, about the Travis Scott Astroworld Festival tragedy, okay? And I went through everything you need to know in terms of the venue, in terms of security, in terms of Travis Scott's apology. And then we got a little bit into a metaphysical discussion toward the end. Now, that commentary was 2 hours long, so I didn't want to elaborate too deeply because then we would have been here for 24 hours. However, this is part 2 of that discussion, okay? So I'm going to be bringing in a really good friend of mine. He is a witch doctor slash prophet slash minister, pastor, just all around, okay? A disciple of Jesus, okay? A man who has many different spiritual intersections as myself. If you guys want to know who I go to and get with when I need to rain down hellfire on my enemies, when I need to double up the wallet, baby, when I need to get up under that feminine glow from the moon, okay, and get into my subconscious and do my shadow work. This is one of my long-term friends who assists me in all of my God-given work, okay? And he's also no stranger here as well. He also brought along with him some of his students who are going to be participating in this conversation. We're going to be going over, okay, the symbolism regarding Travis Scott Festival, and I'm going to get other mystics' opinions and perspectives and knowledges about what they believe happened in this tragedy on a spiritual, metaphysical level. Hello, Nikki. What's going on, Oz? Hey, y'all. What's going on, mods? Hey, everybody. And matter of fact, I'm so glad that we're here. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Miss Martin. I want to also say that mods, we had a little bit of a situation in the last live where some of y'all, Yvette and Just Be Real, y'all were blocking people who should not have been blocked. So I want to make this clear. Let people disagree, long as they're disagreeing respectfully. Let them expound upon things that are being stated. I think y'all just misunderstood some of the things that were transpiring in the live. Do not block anybody unless it is explicit disrespect. If people can use profanity in the chat as well, tell them to just misspell the cuss word so that they can actually be seen and not blocked by Google moderator. But I want a very open dialogue. This is not an echo chamber. This is a place of dialogue where we come together and work things out. So I want honest, wholesome participation in the stream, and be respectful to all of the guests, and feel that it's demonic, feel that it's godly, feel that it's whatever you think that it is. We're going to work it out today, okay? So with no further ado, I'm going to run this intro. You guys share the stream out and get your people in here. Get your religious bigoted father in here, honey. Get that old nasty church mother who need to be taught some things. Get her up in here too, honey. Bring them all, honey. Send out a mass text, okay? And I will be back shortly.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's
Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Boom. So let me bring in my first guest, Khozmiq Newage. How are thou?
I'm good, but I'm laughing at your intro.
And which one?
The new intro you got. I said, what in the world is going on?
So we had to step our punani up over here, honey. We got to get into things. How are you feeling today?
I am feeling very lucid, very good.
Well, thank you for joining me. You also brought friends, which I'm super excited about. So thank you for bringing the whole crew, honey. This is how mystics are going to take over the world again, honey. Just take it, just seize the earth by storm and by force, baby. Okay, make no mistake about it. Now, you've been on this platform 11,000 times, but for those of you who don't know who Khozmiq is, can you tell the people a little bit about yourself, your background, etc.?
What exactly?
And how much you love me too? Tell them that too.
I'm here, aren't I? Okay, actions speak louder than words. I'm Khozmiq Newage. I reside in Columbia, South Carolina. I am a Gullah Geechee baby. And I'm also a root doctor. I'm a prophet sent by the Father of Jesus Christ. So he's the one who teaches me and I teach others. I try to preserve our tradition as best as we can and change the world one step at a time.
Awesome. Can you tell the people where they can find you on these social medias for your services?
Well, I'm first going to direct them to our temple, House of Zion Spiritual Temple. You can find us online at ziontemple.org, www.ziontemple.org. You can follow me on IG. My handle is Khozmiq, Khozmiq. You can follow me on Facebook, same name there. YouTube, you can find us under the Conjure Chronicles, Conjure, the Conjure Chronicles on YouTube. And on, what are we on? Oh, we're recently on Clubhouse too. So I guess you can follow me there also. Again, it's the same handle, Khozmiq.
Okay, spelled exactly how you see it here in the stream, guys. And I will have all of Khozmiq's information in the description box below. Now, you brought some of your students. I'm going to bring them in and I'm gonna let you introduce them, etc. Allow them to introduce themselves. And then we'll get into the discussion. First up is Brandy. Welcome to the stream, Brandy. Brandy's on mute. She's so polite.
Hello, thank you.
Hi, how are you doing? Welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure to be here.
Can you tell people a little bit about yourself and kind of what your spiritual background is?
Yeah, so I am a spiritualist and student of Khozmiq, and I certainly, under his tutelage, have acquired quite a few tips and tricks under my belt. And yeah, I'm located at House of Zion Spiritual Temple. I do offer some services in the temple, and so yeah, you can find me parked there.
Okay, wonderful. And once again, you guys, all that information will be in the description box below. Okay, and we're going to also introduce Light, who is another student of Khozmiq. Hi, Light.
Hi.
How are you doing? Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you. Great to be here. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely, I had to. Can you tell the people a little bit about yourself and your spiritual background?
Yes, definitely. So I'm also, like Brandy, a student of Khozmiq Newage. I practice hoodoo. I also do Reiki, which I include prayer and other spiritual medicines to have a more holistic healing practice. You can find me on YouTube, which I go by Light and Shadow Healer. My IG is also Light and Shadow Healer, and all the relevant links are through there as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Now, you guys, I know y'all asking for information. Everything will be in the description box. So you guys can refer to that description box to find out where you can locate Light, Brandy, and Khozmiq Newage. Okay. So first and foremost, I want to ask all of you, have y'all heard about the Travis Scott Astroworld festival tragedy. And what are your initial thoughts? And I'll start with you, Brandy.
Okay. Yes, I have heard about it. And my thoughts are, I think that because of the ideology that we've placed on celebrities, I think that, we can create our own demons, and we can call and draw in our own demons, and so I think that I'm not sure if there's like some kind of like, I've heard about the blood sacrifice theories and all of that, and that could be very well true, but I do think that we cause our own destruction based off of what we put our faith and hope in. And so I think it's just, these kind of tragedies happen, when you do that. So, yeah.
Got you. Wow. I agree with that. Khozmiq, what were your initial thoughts? I know you were pretty polarized.
Man, I'm still looking at this thing. Even as I'm still looking. I'm looking at Kylie Jenner right now. I had a very.
We're gonna dig into her too.
I had a very, very cursory. I don't even want to call it even cursory. I had a very. It was really in name only about what had happened. Right? I thought it was like another headline. We've heard this before. These tragic things happen, and in the era of 2021, where there's so many different tragic things happening. Not so you become numb to it, but unfortunately, it's part of the regular news. That's kind of how I, looked at it. And it wasn't until today, a few hours ago, because you sent me this stuff last night, but I was tired. I'd heard a few whispers or whatever the case may be, and everybody's going to have their regular opinions of these things. But I looked at the article that you sent. Well, first I saw the pictures you sent. And few were like, I don't see that. I don't see that. Okay, that might be stretching. Some of them say, okay, that might be that, but that's definitely something else going on there. But then I looked at the article that you sent, and then I looked at the videos in the article, the actual live videos, and that stuff is haunting, is what it is.
Yeah, the festival almost had an atmosphere of like inside of a haunted house, like all the spooky, kind of nefarious feelings and vibes. It was definitely haunting. That's a great word to describe it. And we're going to get into some of that footage, and I'm going to put up some of these imageries as well, and also get a little bit into the Kardashian history, because I find it ironic that they're connected. I wonder if
there's a connection between the Kardashians and the Kennedys.
I don't know, but all these people are reptilian related these days and connected by third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seven damn cousins, and all the presidents are related and distant cousins and ancestors of each other, and it's just really wild when you get into the whole bloodline thing with a lot of these elite folk. So who knows, but maybe that's something that we can ponder and investigate in time. Light, are you here?
I am most definitely here.
What were your initial thoughts when you heard about all of this and maybe even saw some of the footage?
My initial thoughts were that it wasn't necessarily in par with, like, I think there are rituals being performed or anything like that. But I definitely can see the kind of spiritual undercurrents of what are kind of happening there. I know that there was a mention of a security guard also getting jabbed with a needle with some unknown substance. But I think that a lot of times, especially what Brandy brought up of celebrity and this sort of these idols that we create out of them, this obsession to get closer to them, and not necessarily thinking about our own personal safety, and definitely not the safety of other people that may be around us. And I think that there are, while maybe there wasn't a necessarily super deliberate and conscious decision to invoke any sort of spiritual entities, but I definitely think that unconsciously, especially with the sort of trendy, spooky images and things that people use, especially in Astroworld, I think that it is a hint and a glimpse at what is actually occurring throughout these sort of concerts and such.
Now, you made a really great point about the power of celebrity and almost how intoxicating fame is. And I oftentimes refer to a lot of our celebrities as our American gods, that's who our celebrities are. And I think that this was a perfect recipe for disaster when you couple heightened fame also with the intoxicating ability of music and frequency, and then you couple that with symbolisms and imagery that the subconscious also understands and is responding to, and you have all of that consciousness, all of that symbolism, all of that frequency, all of that celebrity just culminating and vibrating in one place. And it's kind of on a, to me, in my opinion, on a lower consciousness scale.
Like a perfect storm.
Yeah, it's a perfect kaboom. And speaking of that kaboom and celebrity, what are you guys' thoughts about things like the Illuminati and kind of this consistency in checkerboard floors and the all-seeing eye? And we constantly see this in music videos from Lady Gaga, Travis Scott, Beyonce, Jay-Z, a lot of very wealthy, hyper visible celebrities, also including the Kardashians, participate in this type of symbolism. So speaking to the conspiracy, is it really a conspiracy when people kind of throw up what seems to be what gang they're affiliated with or their gang signs? Because this is kind of what's being interpreted when we constantly see this, and we see this particularly from very hyper visible celebrities. Or do you think that this is a conspiracy that's out of the fear mongering of society, who is just kind of overreacting, even though they're seeing something that also is clearly there? What are y'all thoughts about the Illuminati? And
a leading question.
Well, since you're the one speaking, what are your thoughts about such a thing?
You know, I had a thought about 2 years ago. I thought I had a very concise opinion about Illuminati, and I met a very good friend of mine, and he said something to me that altered what I believe. So now I believe that I think in the mind of the public, the Illuminati is one singular thing, but I think it's highly likely that it's probably not. I think that there are collectives at work that are all vying for the quote unquote take over the world. I mean, hell, we're vying for the take over the world. You know, you have your ideas, I have my ideas. You know, you're trying to get a larger platform. I'm trying to, you know, we're always collaborating. We all have that's what we do. We coalesce around mutual agendas, as you mentioned there. So I think that these just happen to be coalesced by the powerful and the elite, and whether that is because they're in these agendas or vice versa or whatever. But so right now, I think that there are a number of organizations that are vying for world domination, per se, if you want to use that term. Also, I don't think that there is one singular goal, because I've heard and I used to have that argument too. They're all thinking for world domination. They're all trying to eradicate the human population. And when you think about it, there are far more efficient ways to do that than what we've been seeing displayed. If it was world domination, there's a lot more efficient ways to do that. If it's, you know, reduce the population, there's more efficient ways to do that, etc. So I think that we are definitely seeing various vying parties with various interests at work. I think the public is just easier to manage and say, well, you know, it's always us versus, you know, always them versus us anyway, regardless of what their interests may be. So I think we just clump all that together as the Illuminati. But do I think it's one consistent stream work? No.
Got it. So you think that there's many hands in the pots?
Yeah.
And multiple agendas at work?
Yeah.
Okay. Brandy, what are your thoughts on the concept of secret societies, or even some of the subliminal messaging that some believe is hidden within music and music videos? Do you think that that's really a thing and that there's something there, or?
I certainly think that there's something there. I'm kind of in agreement with Khozmiq. I think that, you know, it doesn't have to. I know. I was like, so I think that it's not just like we're we're focusing on this one, you know, sort of sect. But I think too that there absolutely is something there, and I think sometimes we have an issue with accepting that there is, you know, there's secular supernatural forces that we're not privy to, especially in the celebrity community. Like there's so many secrets in that community that we would be shocked about. And I truly believe that like not all of this is like crazy out of the box insane stuff that would be hard to, you know, believe. So I think that we have to like you know, take some of this seriously. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
Okay, wonderful. Light, what are your thoughts on the concept of secret societies, the Illuminati, subliminal messaging? Do you think that there's something going on here, or are people just looking for what they see what they want to see, or are they seeing something?
So I think very similarly to Khozmiq and Brandy, I also think that it is a lot easier to kind of pinpoint one particular bad guy, while everyone else in the party who's really pulling the strings are actually there. So bringing the focus to one particular group, while, as Khozmiq said, that there may be multiple forces at work, which I definitely do believe is going on. I think that especially especially nowadays, this focus on sex and drugs. So like in terms of some of the things that my friend who left kind of pursuing a music career because of these sort of, I guess I say initiatory, like if you have sex with this person or come to a sex party, then we'll spread your name around, blah blah blah, or taking whatever drugs there are.
Everything that the Hollywood Me Too movement is made out of.
Yeah. So I think that we see this kind of happening, and I think what's interesting, and I was talking to Khozmiq about this earlier, was when we look at, as he's taught us, like, and shown us, is that sorcery in the New Testament, you can find the Greek translation there being pharmakia, being pharmaceuticals, drugs. It's funny to me that it's happening, Texas being sort of, you see this area of trafficking of drugs, and so we see kind of this undercurrent, the spiritual undercurrent of sorcery happening, not necessarily sorcery in the sense of magic, but sorcery in the terms of drugs and spirits that kind of run through that particular current. And so I think that definitely it is multifaceted. I don't believe necessarily that it is one particular group, but that's just my personal opinion.
Totally understandable. And I had a thought that was racing through my mind as you guys were participating in it. Oh, so because a lot of the conversations around this type of stuff is kind of split down the middle between kind of believers and non-believers, where you have people who are being very passive about the symbolisms that were represented in a lot of the merchandise, a lot of the clothing items that I'm going to bring up in the stream today. And then you have also the very like, you have the practical minded that's like, this is just, all of this is just coincidental. And then you have those who are like, no, like these things represent something. And what I find interesting is that whenever in this country we see a cross, we immediately attach it to its actual meaning. But when we see other occultic symbolisms, there is a denial or a passivity about what those things are connected to, where people seem to even shun connecting them to the occult.
We're looking at the cross, but I mean, well before Christianity, the cross had so many other different renovations.
But I'm particularly talking about the West, though. Like here in 21st century, contemporary Christians, we see the cross as Americans. We associate it to its religion, but we see the Baphomet and it's just artwork, or we see an inverted cross. It's just.
I think it's because we really, particularly in this culture today, it's very artistic to reinvent normality and to reinvent. I mean, think about it, the most trendy people are those who are reinventing concepts or conventions. And I think that why would religious symbology or spiritual symbology be off the table. I think that's prime for the plucking, and I think that's what they're doing. I bring this up because I remember the conversation people were having about Lil Nas X, and how that's a very different conversation than what they're having about Travis Scott now. And so I think that there's both symbolism at work here. Whether you want to attribute something supernatural to it, that's one discussion. Or if you just say that these are being chosen deliberately for their artistic value or to change the narrative or whatever the case may be, it's another discussion. But I think that it's definitely symbolism. I think the symbolism is on purpose. Now, to what end that purpose is, I think we can deliberate on that.
Yeah, because I'm going to be really frank here. I am not willing to set aside the same common sense that I utilize to identify a firefighter, or to identify a cop's uniform, or to identify a nurse's uniform, or to once again identify a Christian with the wearing of the cross, and then throw that same logic out by people who rampantly utilize these imageries in their artwork, in their media, and sometimes all out say that they worship something else and have these strong alluding to. And I feel like it's almost a play off of our common sense. And I know why people are terrified because first of all, it's the unknown. And most people are just afraid of what they're not familiar with, what they don't even have a knowledge base about. But then the fact that a lot of these symbols are being used in low vibrating, perverse, and destructive ways, I think people don't want that to burst a bubble. I think people don't want to believe that there are other variables at work that contribute to the way you feel, to the things you desire, to the impulses you have, that people don't want to, because that makes people feel powerless in a system like that. It makes people feel vulnerable. And if there's anything that I have come to understand about humans, is that humans do not like the feeling of vulnerability. And so we create these strong bubbles that sometimes give us a false illusion of security. And then within that false security, it prohibits us from being able to really identify psychological warfare or spiritual warfare, because we want to believe personally that those things do not work, that there's no power to them. Just if you ask a Christian believer today about witchcraft, oh, Jesus pleaded blood, that stuff is not real. If it's not real, why are you pleading the blood? Why, if it's not real, why are you still crucifying current mystics? Why are you crucifying witches? Why do you demonize hoodoo and voodoo if there's no power there? Why do you immediately get shook and arrested in your being when people from other walks of faith, you have to
some power is projected and some power is inherent. And I think that for those types of people, I don't think necessarily recognize that there's an inherency of power in those other religious systems. I think that they project a power to it because of their fear of it. You know, there's a saying that we hate what we fear, you know, and we fear whatever we do not understand. So I think there's a lot of that going on. You know, I've dealt with these people practically all my life, and I was one of those people myself on one level or another. So the beautiful thing I would say about my experience with this is that with Christians in particular, you kind of know where they stand, right? They know that they can't go too far beyond the scriptures with what they believe. So then I just show them what I believe in the scriptures, and leave them to ponder on why that doesn't make sense or why that does make sense for them. But just directly to your point there in the context in which you asked, I think that there certainly is a denial, right? The book of Psalms, I believe, says that a fool says in his heart there is no God. And you can, you know, put in there, a fool says in his heart there is no good. A fool says in his heart there is no spirit. Really anything that, you know, that's a sermon right there. That's a new book. Because everything that God is, you can put in there, and a fool would say that there is not that. So I think we definitely do have our bubbles around us to help us function and stay, you know, sane. I also think there's a lot of denial that goes on with that. So I think both extremes are dangerous. I
Both
don't think
extremes.
you should go off on the end. Okay. But I think that balance is the way, right? The middle pillar. So I think you should have a little bit of both and not too much of any.
Okay. Does anybody have a thought about that before we start pulling up some of this imagery and getting some of y'all's thoughts about some of the symbolism?
I do actually. So I also think that there's also a level of hyper intellectualism that a lot of people have. Like, oh well, stuff like that is stupid. Of course, that's not real. Like, a lot of times, especially what you were bringing up, people want to like what they like and not have to feel guilty about liking it.
Mm-hmm.
And music is very powerful in the sense that it can put you in that trance-like state, and it attracts certain entities, as you were speaking of as well. So and visuals themselves also have, invoke certain emotions and feelings, and I think that there's a lot of things that people are inspired by, but they don't know what they're being inspired from, or so I think,
Mm-hmm.
again, like you guys touched on, it's definitely multifaceted, but there's definitely, in terms of that denial, a lot of people are just like, uh, Christ makes sense, but demons aren't real, or like whatever you want to say about, like, oh, you're being crazy, you're being this and that. Um, and it's definitely like a cognitive dissonance happening, and I think that especially when you have also a lot of people who are moving towards atheism, uh, there's definitely this, it feels a lot easier to believe that evil forces don't exist,
Yeah.
and it's just evil people that you
Yeah.
have to avoid. And
Mm.
certain things that we enjoy doing, it's hard to have to then admit that maybe this thing that I enjoy so much isn't actually good for me.
Because isn't that the story of our life? Light. So many things.
Yes.
It may be
that
good to you, but it don't be good for you. And like you said something there about inspiration. A lot of people don't know what they're being inspired by. The word inspiration literally means to be filled with the spirit, to be inspirited, literally. Or or something makes you very enthusiastic. Enthusiastic comes from the Greek word enthusiastios, which means to be filled with God, or some God, some theos. So what is causing these enthusiastic, these ecstatic, these trance-like, these manic and mantic? These words are all related in the Greek. We get the word for divination and sorcery from mantia, or mancia rather. And then of course, we think about something as mantic, right? That's about the mind, the men. So it's very, very interesting how all of these points come together. We talk about music and how it finds its way in moving people in and out of trance states where they can have, whether it is, high magical experiences, deep magical experiences, vertical or horizontal experiences, and then how it moves them into those dimensions, out of those dimensions, and also what can be moved along with them in that process. I think is very, very, very interesting.
Yeah. And to that point, I want to because we have to remember, in terms of frequency and vibration in music, is really powerful. Our ancestors were utilizing drumming and singing and song to enter into altered states, to stimulate astral projection, to stimulate psychic awareness and psychic encounters. And so this practice of using sound in order to resurrect or to erect the spirit is something that is literally as old as time, coupled with also the power of imagery, because you have shamans and Buddhists who use the mandala symbols and use intricate geometrical shapes in order to also stimulate psychic awareness and their mind's eye. I have the mandala symbol even on my wrist, and even have some hung up in my
We always
home.
knew you were Illuminati.
I have, you know what? Don't even start that. I have huge mandala tapestries in my home that I concentrate in front of whenever I need to do things that prayer alone can't do. I'll just leave it at that. But so the power of symbolism is something that has been utilized, or using imagery to stimulate inner awareness or to manipulate and utilize spiritual laws. Like all of these things for me are a part of the same pot. Now, I want to, so getting into Travis Scott and his connection, or this event, what I find to be fascinating, okay, before we get into the imagery, I think some of this stuff is wild. Matter of fact, I want you to go first, Khozmiq, because you said that November the 5th, the day that this happened, was interesting. What were your astrological findings?
Well, first of all, I didn't even think of that at all. The article you gave the date, the time, and the place. In my astrologer mind, whenever I hear date, time, place again, I think about, okay, that's a chart immediately. And so I'm reading what took place there. I said, okay, let me go look at this astrologically. Let me also say this before I get to that, though. And this was brought up when you mentioned and you reflected on my use of the word haunting, because, as you know, we are basically right in the dead smack center of Scorpio.
Oh, they don't like that kind of teaching.
Well, Scorpio is death. Scorpio is also represented death, but you know, and all the things that encompass that. And so when we think about the 3 feasts of the year zodiacally, you've got Libra, which is the feast of, the first one would be Virgo, the feast of the grain, when you harvest all the grain crops. Then after that is the feast of Libra, which you harvest the vine, all of the fruits and things like that. And then, of course, you have Scorpio, that is the harvest of blood, or the feast of blood, because that's when you slaughter all the animals that are not going to make it through the winter, so you can have meat to eat during the cold months. So Scorpio, of course, that's the season of Scorpio. Scorpio has always ruled death on one level or another. Now, what is also very interesting is that this is right in the 15th degree of any sign, is the strongest point. It's where these energies are most focused. You think about if it is at the 0 degree point, is really in its embryonic stage. If it's at the 30 degree point, it's really very now decrepit and beginning to break down and dissolve into the next sign coming. So that 15 degree point is very, very crucial, the very, very strong, highly concentrated point of that sign. That is the veil. When people talk about, you know, the veil is thin around Halloween or what have you, that is a specific veil. The 15th degree of Scorpio is the veil that lies there. Of course, that's opposite. That would be Taurus, there, which is kind of the veil of life. So what's very interesting about this is that Taurus opens up as the veil of life, which would be like May Day, May 5th, Beltane, etc., that kind of thing, opens up the veils horizontally. All right. So a lot of people have a lot of different elemental experiences there, fae, those kinds of things that are in parallel dimensions, if you will, to us on a horizontal axis. But when we talk about this veil opening up in the 15th degree of Scorpio, this is the gates of Hades, is what many people call it. Scorpio is the gates of Hades, the gates of the grave. When we hear about Hercules making his trek through this 12 labors, he comes upon Cerberus right at the doorway of the underworld. If it's Jesus, we're looking at Judas Iscariot with the sting of death with his kiss, and so on and so on. We see this all over and all throughout time. This is opening up a horizontal veil, and so a vertical veil. So this vertical veil is going to open up to the underworld. So there's a lot of language, a lot of themes, a lot of customs around the dead coming back, the great reaping of the dead, the wild hunt, the passing of the ancestors, the Day of the Dead, the Saints' Day, All Saints' Day, All Hallows' Eve, etc., and so forth. Samhain. We can go around the world, and in any culture you want to go to, any time frame, you're going to see this there. This normally is from the 31st of October, and they say to about the 1st of November. Okay. But really the effects of that last far longer than that. up to, interestingly enough, round about the 9th or so day of November. All right. This gets us what we call the deacon. I'm not the old guy on the front pew of your church, but the deacon, D-E-C-A-N. A deacon is a measurement of 10 degrees, roughly 10 days. Okay. So that veil has strength for about 10 days. Okay. So you will find that it's not just on the 31st, you'll see all this kind of weird stuff, but all even getting into probably the first week of November. All right. This has been known. All right. Probably those first 10 days, 9 or so, depending if you're on leap year or whatever, 9 to 10 days of November. This will also include the 31st of October. All right. Because it's called All Hallows Eve. Mm-hmm. Right, because All Hallows Day is the 1st of November. So so I'm looking at all of that in context. So getting to, I haven't forgot, bringing up the actual chart here.
Okay.
So yes.
And while you're bringing that up, Jace asks, what is the significance of the November 11th in Scorpio? Is this the opening of a portal? Thank you.
Yes. Absolutely. Always has been, not just necessarily the 11th, because remember, we are on a Gregorian calendar, so I can't say that that's lasted for millennia, but definitely the astrological significance, the astrological calendar, right? If you look at the moving of the sun, not necessarily how that lines up on your Gregorian calendar, but the moving of the sun, yes, because again, it is, see, when the sun is in Scorpio, when we're in Scorpio season, as they say, this is a very debilitating place for both the sun and the moon. In fact, there's a portion of the heavens called the Via Combusta. Via Combusta, C-O-M-B-U-S-T-A. Those of you who are astrology fiends, go check that out. Maybe your modern astrology teacher didn't teach you that, but go look that up. The Via Combusta. The Via Combusta is called the burnt path. Some even call it the path to hell. All right. There are many different terms for it. And it lies between Libra and Scorpio. So that if the sun or the moon are anywhere near that during that period of time, it is very, very, very wicked omen. This would literally spell disaster. All right. Remember, the word disaster doesn't just mean, some tragedy. It literally means some ill-fated event that happened under an ill fortune or an evil star. Disaster, an evil star. It happened under a wrong date and time, right? There was some astrological, some celestial forces that was aggressive to whatever that event was. So it always spells disaster during these 10 days of November. Okay. Again, I'm also including in that the 31st of October for those who want to be specific there. Yes, I'm looking at this astrological deacon window that we have. Okay. So between the 10th and the 20th degree of Scorpio specifically is what I'm talking about. Between the 10th and the 20th degree of Scorpio. So to the person's question, yes, I think that November 11 had far more implications for far longer astrologically than just it being considered 11/11, as it only kind of works in the Gregorian calendar, which is very, very recent.
So when I be telling these folk that I'm gonna give them hell, that's
that's an understatement. That's another statement. Jesus called them children of hell. He said, "You make them more of a child of hell than you are." So definitely, no, I'm just joking, y'all. I don't say it, but I love Scorpio people. Okay, but because they'll laugh, and 15 years later, they'll stab you. So listen,
if we have good reason to, absolutely.
I'm sure to you all, y'all think y'all reasons are right.
Of course we do.
So this is where we at right now. See, during the Scorpio season, the powers that be feel self-justified in what they do, no matter to what end they get.
Perception and actual right are two different things.
Yes, perceive right and be right. That November 11th certainly, really, again, just those between the 10th to the 20th degree of Scorpio, look for that more so than the actual date on the calendar, because depending if we are on a leap year or not, the days on the calendar may be off their corresponding degree astrologically.
Someone just let us know in the comment section that Travis is indeed a Taurus. How interesting is that?
It's very interesting because Taurus and Scorpio are two sides of the same coin. Every quote unquote opposite sign, I don't even like using the word opposite, really is a complementary, the mirroring signs. If you think about in the context of Semaj is here. 6 axes of energy, and I use that term very, very loosely, then the signs are the two extremes of that one energy.
How about this? His girlfriend, Kylie Jenner, is a Leo with the Scorpio moon.
Okay, so now we're gonna start putting this out together.
Come on, let's do it.
It's like throwing darts at the board. So now we're looking at if you say that, then my next thought immediately is, okay, who is the Aquarius then? Because that would form a perfect square in the chart. These would be the representation of the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. The 4 most powerful signs of the zodiac would be their fixed sign, because they condense and they concentrate the force of that element as a whole. So for example, fixed earth is Taurus. You can't get more earthy than Taurus. It's like a mountain. It's not going anywhere. Scorpio, you can't get more aquatic, more marine than Scorpio, right? The deep, the depths, the undercurrents, all that is concentrated in the force of Scorpio. Leo literally represents the sun, is ruled by the sun. I mean, you can't get any more concentrated fire, fixed fire, than the sun. And of course, Aquarius would be that fixed air, which most people consider to be static. Static air, so kind of how you get the idea of like static electricity, or the kind of the zapping signs of it. So we're getting something in the feedback here from, we have to fact check that. Can we introduce Semaj?
Yes, I have a question before I introduce Semaj. When you say let's find out who is the Aquarius, you talking about between, like, what do you mean, like in the Kardashian Jenner?
Well, I'm saying if we're throwing out dates and saying, okay, Astroworld happened during Scorpio. Okay, and somebody's saying, well, actually, not only that, but Travis also a Taurus. Okay, that's opposite signs. All right, so that gives me an opposition in the chart. You're saying, oh, and then also his girlfriend is a Leo. Okay, well, that's another fixed sign. So now we're forming, now we're forming a square. So now the only left fixed sign not accounted for would be Aquarius, which is fixed air. That's what I'm saying. I'm just thinking like in astrology. Astrologers think in patterns.
Okay, so should we be looking at, so once again, when you say look for the Aquarius, are we talking about in the lineage, like in the Kardashian Jenner set?
I would look for any prominent people that come up as a result of all of this, or in the midst of all of this. For example, any spokespersons, any high-ranking officials, etc. Now, of course, again, I'm not saying going to witch hunt for Aquarius, even though we all could. I think we all have at least one Aquarius. We can all not mind taking maybe that's just me. Okay, but anyway, don't go, on a witch hunt for all Aquariuses. But I'm just saying that would be very interesting to find out. I would be more interested not so much in Aquarius person, but in a significant Aquarius date.
Okay, now I'm gonna look through some stuff as we have in this conversation, but I do know that we have very strong Scorpio presence in the Jenner Kardashian family, because we have Kylie herself, who is a Leo with the Scorpio moon. We have Caitlyn Jenner, who is Kylie's,
which, by the way, might add, Scorpio is very, very powerful. Especially in these kind of conversations, they're very, very powerful. We know this we do know. We do have on actual records been proven that some elite will purposely time the births of children to get that astrological boon, as it were. And I can go and talk about talismans and how those work, biological talismans and so forth. But as you just mentioned there, Scorpio moon, any astrologer's ears would have perked up right then. So that's a horrible placement. The moon, of all the places in the chart she hates to be, she hates being in Scorpio. Okay, right? In fact, it's called the detriment of the moon.
Okay, because we have Kylie Jenner, who is a Leo with a Scorpio moon. We have Caitlyn Jenner, who is Kylie's biological father transition, Caitlyn Jenner, who is a full-blown Scorpio. And then we have the head Scorpio in charge, who is Kris Jenner herself, mother. So both mother and father of Kylie and Kendall are both Scorpios. Now, what's fascinating, I want to pull this up because I want to pull this up, and then I'm gonna introduce Semaj to the stream. I want to share something because I just think, because we're here to have a metaphysical conversation and to explore the metaphysical factors and possibilities and suggestions around this event. Let me share my screen really quick because, you know, I'm a Scorpio. I'm all visual, honey boo boo. Here it is. Okay, so here it is. We have Kris Jenner, Kylie Jenner, and now, so what's fascinating about this image, let me give you guys some backdrop here. And you guys, I want everybody on the panel to tell me if they find this just to be interesting. Okay? Because I'm just exploring the interesting.
Definitely triggering.
Okay.
Yeah, put a trigger warning.
The interesting. So what's fascinating here is that we have the head Scorpio here, and we have Leo Scorpio here. Now, what you guys are seeing to the right here is a photo shoot because Kylie Jenner had a blood-themed Halloween party at her home this Halloween. There were blood-splattered chairs. There was meat cocktails served. It was a very bloody, gory, bloodbath dinner, Halloween dinner between her and her family. Now, you guys know that the family has been connected to a lot of the metaphysical community. For instance, Kris Jenner got her breakthrough when she visited a psychic on national television, and the show is here on the internet for all to see. There's a famous psychic, I forgot her name, but she started working with Kris Jenner closely as it relates to success and prosperity and wealth. She gave Jenner certain formulas and amulets to work with that Kris Jenner obviously utilized, and this not only catapulted Kris Jenner's height, but it catapulted the psychic's height as well. Now, this family is also known to work with a very infamous Hollywood witch. They call her the Hollywood Witch, and I'm probably going to butcher her name. Some of you may have heard about her, but her name is Marina Abramovic. Maria Abramovic. Okay, now she's a performance artist, and when I tell you that this woman's work is, I mean, it's on some extreme transcendental, like death-defying, etc. But she's famous. She's connected to Beyonce, to Jay-Z, to Gaga, to the Kardashians. She comes to their homes yearly to do spirit cooking. Okay, the spirit cooking dinners imitate food that's in the form of babies and infants. Okay, very, what layman's people would think is very bizarre stuff. Okay, now Marina herself kind of has a bit of a spiritual background. She's perceived to be a Freemason and a high-level witch. Okay, and on top of that, okay, catch this. Not only did Kylie Jenner have this bloodthirsty themed Halloween celebration, but the day of Travis Scott's Astroworld Festival, okay, November the 5th, Friday night, also happened to be the birthday of Kris Jenner, who happened to also be turning 66 years old. Now, once again, I ain't telling people what they need to see or telling them what they should see. I'm just presenting information, okay? And I want to ask you guys, starting with, well, before I even ask you guys, let me introduce Semaj to the stream, who I think just got here again. Hey, Semaj, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Thank you for being here for one.
I'm good. I'm good.
We are exploring this Astroworld Festival tragedy and some of the metaphysical thought around it, since there was so much symbolism that some believe involved in this festival, coupled with some of the things that I'm talking about now, just even surrounding Travis Scott and who his baby mother is and who her mother is, and just this family's connection in general to the occult and spirit cooking and working with a very high-powered witch in Hollywood who is connected to a lot of the elite stars, etc. Before I get back into that, I want to get your general thoughts around this event. What were your thoughts when you heard about the tragedy? Oh, before you even do that, can you actually tell people who you are and a little bit about your spiritual background?
Yeah, so my name is Semaj Whitener. Not really much to go on about my spiritual background. But when I first heard about the incident, and rewatching like some of the videos that I guess people were posting about it, about like for one, that video where I think they were holding up an unconscious person, and he was just standing there, singing. I don't know if he saw the body or not, but that was one thing that intrigued me. That was one thing that interests me. Now, as far as the imagery behind the entire show, I mean, I did see some things, but I really wasn't as surprised because Travis Scott, I think he kind of provokes that type of energy. If I'm not mistaken, this something similar like this happened, I believe, back in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
During, I think it was his concert at Lollapalooza.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it really wasn't as surprising to me. But
Okay. Do you believe that metaphysics played a role in what transpired last Friday?
oh yeah, yeah. So when I first heard about the incident, the first thought that came to me automatically was, what was in the stars at that particular time, like what was going on astrologically, to, I guess, sort of like ignite it to the point where it got into.
Okay. All right. So bringing you back up to speed where we are now is I'm just throwing information out there because I know that all of you guys are mystics, and I just want to see what sticks out to you, if you think there's any correlation to these things. And I'm going to start with I'm gonna work my way down and actually start with you, Semaj. So first of all, I just found out that there's actually a lot of Scorpio energy in this family. Not only is Caitlyn Jenner a Scorpio, not only is Kylie Jenner a Leo Scorpio, and not only is Kris Jenner a Scorpio, but Kendall is also a freaking Scorpio. So there's a lot of that Pluto Scorpion energy concentrated within this family amongst the women. But Semaj, what do you think? Do you think that there's a correlation between Kylie Jenner having a bloodthirsty Nightmare on Elm Street themed Halloween party, and just 6 days after, on Kris Jenner's 66th birthday, Travis Scott literally almost has a blood sacrificing festival, that there was a feast at this show that led to the deaths of 8 people, possibly 9, because we also got news in the speculation right now that the 10-year-old who was in critical condition may have in fact passed away, and then scores of injuries. Do you think that there's a correlation between Chris's birthday, 66, this bloodthirsty Halloween party and this tragedy that happened on Kris Jenner's birthday?
I would say it isn't a coincidence. But that bloodthirsty party, I think it was, well, I honestly can't say.
Okay. It's just your honest feedback. I want to go to Light. Light, what are your, do you just as a metaphysician, and you don't have to paint any particular picture here, but what do you think?
So what I actually found interesting was when you mentioned the spirit dinners and these children images of eating those types of things, and just the idea that also there was a child at the concert that may have passed away.
Well, not to mention also, like, I don't mean to interrupt, but that most of the people that died were under the age of 18. The age range is from 14 to 27, all young people.
So yeah, what I find interesting about this is that one, I was actually surprised when I first heard about this that there were actually children at the festival. But especially anyone as young as 10 years old. But it's interesting to see that kind of theme of children dying. You mentioned, what was it, the Elm Street movie,
Nightmare on Elm
13,
Street.
Nightmare, which also included teenagers being hunted down. It made me think a lot about Molech, which mentioned even in scripture, and the sacrificing of children by burning. So I think it's curious that that's happening. I also know that Travis Scott is going through his Saturn return as well, which is also a theme of death there going on, which is really, again, when you compound all of these things together and you see the similar narrative being played out, and then all of it being amplified as Khozmiq so elegantly put of Scorpio season and death. So those are my thoughts.
Wow. So I want you touched on some really amazing things there. Like, I want you to keep that in mind when we start to visit some of this imagery, because I want you to particularly keep the children thought in mind, because you're going to see something later on in the show. I think Brandy lost her connection. We'll wait for her to come back. Khozmiq, as a metaphysician, 66, this festival, this feast happening on Kris Jenner's birthday.
I mentioned earlier to you about how these 3 feasts of the year, right? I said there is a feast of blood, right?
This is giving me chills. I'm getting chills from this.
Scorpions, you see, the grain give us oils. The vine, the fruits give us wines. And the flesh gives us the feast of flesh, or the feast of blood gives us blood. All right. And these are like the 3 fluids in the body. Okay. There's oil, there's water, and there's blood. And I think that this is definitely very interesting. Some of these things, I'm just going to say off the bat, let me just go ahead and kind of state my bias on some things. Some of these points get to the level of being coincidental. There is a certain level where things can be complicit, and there's other levels that have just become to the point where they become coincidental. Not to say there's no complicit element at all, but some of the things people begin to find out and compound upon it. Not every idiosyncratic detail was complicit. Some things, they just was the right time. Things you just could never thought of, right? It's almost like a domino effect, where you just set in motion certain things. You might not know exactly how it's going to end up, but you're just going to give a general result. So that being said, I do want to bring up just what Light was saying there about the Saturn return. So when I looked at the age ranges, 2 things came to my mind. One was that they were all within 7 years, right? I think they said it was 4. I think one of the articles said from 14 to 27 or something like that. So they were all within that. Those in a 7-year period. And you mentioned that there was some as early as 10. So all of that is still within 27 years. Because once you step past 27 years, once you step past the number 27, you get into the world of the moon and Saturn. Okay, particularly in this case, as it relates here, Saturn definitely is in, very prominent light. All right, Saturn is the power of decay, of decline, of death, of dissolution, of dissolving of things, of recycling of things. You're going to need at some point a trash heap, right? What comes in has to have somewhere to go out, and Saturn rules that. But also Saturn is known to eat its children. Saturn represents time. The Greeks called them chronos. We get the word chronological from that. It's about the power of time, timings of things, that everything born in time dies in time. It's the idea that Saturn eats his children, which we see going on here, right? The children being eaten, the children being consumed. Someone also, I think it was Light also mentioned about the idea of the Molech imagery. All right, that has some strong correlations with Saturn being that child sacrificial right component to it. So I don't think any of these things are I think all of them could have symbolism to them. All of them could have symbolism to them. Now, the 66th birthday, I did not know that this also was upon her birthday. I also did not know that the Scorpio sign was so prevalent in the Kardashian family. And now I can't say I'm surprised at all. Like I said, I have not done any research on this. Okay. Yeah. You know, I'm like a hermit when it comes to social things. Okay. I literally live under nobody's rock is where I live under. Yeah. So hearing all of this, I'm hearing all this stuff for the first time.
And I just want to set you guys free. Like, I want you guys to really be y'all mystical selves. One of the reasons why I brought y'all here is because we're living in a day and age where intellect is substituting everything, and there's almost an anti-God, anti-metaphysical approach to life. And I feel like there are so many elements within what happened here that really allow us to be mystics and to emphasize
I think the elite are trying to live longer.
I mean, of course.
I think the elite are trying to live longer, and in the most unnatural ways possible, because I think that they are trying to stay off as long as possible their judgment. I really do. And I think they're trying anything they can. I think that's what many of the agendas, again, I'm not saying all of the agendas are this. I think many of the agendas are in some way trying to avert their judgment, trying to claw their way out of the protocols that they've been bound to. They're not trying to claw their way out of this reality. I think they're trying to do anything to escape God. But I think they're going to find, like David said in the 139th Psalm, that whatsoever I go, there I find you already meeting me there. If I make my bed in hell, there I find you. If I take the wings of the morning, there I find you. So they're going to have a very hard time. I think they're still trying.
So we're going to get into that too. Gosh, there was something that you were speaking about. Oh, to your point that you don't think that everything happened. I'm getting feedback somewhere too. You don't think that everything that's happening is coincidental? I mean, is intentional, but that is also was to my point last night or night before last that when you get symbolisms and you get a point of attraction, you also are now, unbeknownst to yourself, stimulating a response from spiritual laws, like the law of attraction. So you don't have to necessarily be intentional, but between your own vibrational makeup and whatever you're vibrating, coupled with the law of attraction, is going to yield to a manifestation.
There's a critical mass that you can reach, at which point it will begin to magnetize cooperative components to it. Right?
Now break that down a little bit more for people.
Okay, so I'll say it again. There's a critical mass at which you can reach energetically that begins to magnetize cooperative components to it. So, for example, you really begin to build a type of mass Like you think about objects in matter, we have mass, all right? And so we know that on a larger scale, on a macrocosmic scale, that objects that have tremendous mass literally begin to bend the weave of space and time around it, all right? Not to mention they begin to give off a gravitational force by sheer of their mass, right? And so that begins to create an orbit around them. Things begin to get drawn into that orbit. In the same way, you can reach a critical mass energetic. This is what the law of attraction is all based upon. You can reach a critical mass energetically, whereby it magnetizes the mass and automatically, right, without any further effort, it will actively attract, magnetize, gravitate, consolidate cooperative components to meet the result that you had in mind.
And so now the question becomes whether Scott, the practitioner, was intentional in his set designs, intentional.
So here's what I don't think about. I don't ever think this is ever a one-man show, ever. I think that very much like okay, thank you. I'll excuse my Holy Ghost. I'm getting stirred.
We don't excuse the Holy Ghost over
There's
here.
some other things going on.
We welcome the Holy Ghost over here. We don't excuse the Holy Ghost.
Some feedback, tapping into some things prophetically. But that is never just a one-man show. One thing I know about demons, and any deliverance minister will tell you this, demons always run in packs. You may see angels come by themselves, demons never come by themselves, right? So what I think you may have is much like William Shakespeare, you know, where the saying was that he would only give, and Semaj can speak to this, he would only give the actor their script, not the whole script. In case it was to be stolen, his whole play would be gone. They would only have their words, their interstage left, exit stage right. And I think that for many of these players, okay, they just have their script. So I believe that the reactions, I think that the feedback, I think many of us genuine. I didn't expect it to happen. I believe that completely. All right. I believe many of that stuff is genuine shock, genuine flabbergast, genuine, oh my God, because no one person can screw the whole thing. It's just one person in the domino. But like I said, once you have enough people, it's
a network.
Yeah, and you have the energetic pressure. At a certain point, the idea becomes alive itself.
Yeah, it's going to.
It stops becoming individual people. It now becomes a them. It now becomes a they, and then it becomes an it.
Yeah. Well, that's to my point. So obviously, there's nothing that's a one-man show. What I've found in my years of study and research is that this Luciferian system is built upon a lot of willing participants, not just those who we see on the forefront, like our politicians or our major religious icons and figures or our pop stars, but that everybody from the fashion designer, the video directors, the songwriters, the engineers, that the sponsors, that the graphic design artists, that there is a working system, almost like a fraternity or a sorority. It's an exclusive club. There are different departments and different functionalities within that compartment that make up this world of celebrity and imagery and subliminal messaging and backmasking that we get. And that's how we know that there's not just one working demon in charge, because the artists only go in and record, but the engineers are the one who master and mix and do all of these things and synchronize that music. And it's just really terrifying, but I'm not surprised, because every community has its mafia, or as Light or Brandy said earlier, there are communities within communities within communities. There's sets within sets within sets. You have the mafia. You have Christian mafia. Okay, you have all type of working governments and systems within systems, or to Ezekiel's point, worlds within damn worlds. So it gets very convoluted, very intricately interwoven. And I think that's also by design, to keep us from necessarily discerning the queen bee.
I think moreover, when you mentioned something about the I was looking at something. I think actually I think it goes by Travis Scott. Does he have a is he the artist that has a cover of a ladder into the clouds?
Yes, I sent you that.
Okay. It's funny
Hold on. Do you want me to bring that up? Because I can drop this image here and bring that up.
I didn't. I was just.
Yeah, I have everything. I got everything lined up.
Okay, I didn't even know that was in your thing. I'm just showing up in this. Yes. But because it just happened that during all of this, I saw that on my Pandora place or whatever. I said it's interesting. So my mind began to think, thinking I'm not really in the music industry, I began to think about, how they get these images, right? Do they create them themselves? Or, what about those who say, well, this fan made this for me? Here's what I really believe. I believe that, think about the tarot, for example. Okay. When Wyatt had the idea for the tarot, is that feedback coming from me?
It might be coming from me. I'm going to mute myself.
Yeah. When Wyatt had the idea for the tarot, he dictated what it should look like, right? And allowed Pamela Coleman Smith, to bring that to life with her own creative ability. Okay. I think that they have an idea of what they need. I mean, they do get submissions from different people, and they see which ones closely align with what they've asked for. And I think they also check it, possibly, this is just me being wild here, magically, to see if the image is magically viable. We can get into a whole thing about image magic later on, or SIM, Scholastic Image Magic, and we'll talk about that. We can't hear you if you're muted, but so
no, I'm saying give Khozmiq, let it rip. I want you to get into it. Come on, bring it.
So it's Semaj to this. Semaj, I'm gonna bring you up for the help in this, about talking about magical images in the ceremonial context, in the magical context. I'm talking about like talismanically speaking. So tell us something about talismanic images.
For one, some of them are fashioned after the imagery of the stars. Specific celestial beings, different parts of these astrological figures, and kind of like contained into like this vessel, or imprinted upon that vessel in order to acquire that influence.
Now, I can say specifically, I had a former student who was an artist who learned through me the science of talisman creation and began to turn their literal art into talismans. All right. When you see certain things in imagery, when you see certain things, even this goes back before film, y'all. This goes back even to paintings. You go back and look at, just do a quick survey of alchemical paintings. All right. They may be kind of weird and trippy looking, but that is very coded language. That every picture, every alchemical painting you see that's done right is actually a book of alchemy. If you know what the symbols are and what they mean. Many of them describe very intricate alchemical processes and practices just in the imagery. As Jesus said, he that hath ears to hear, let him hear, but also he that hath eyes to see, let them see. That there are things right before our eyes. Our eyes, we make a covenant with them. Job 31:1 says there we have a covenant with our eyes. Whatever we begin to look upon and gaze at, our soul gets a covenant to it. That's why visualization and visions and visual things is so prominent and so powerful. Because I can bring your soul, excuse me, I was eating, y'all, okay? I can bring your soul into a covenant with something by you continue to look at it and gaze at it. Now, we start talking about scholastic image magic. As Semaj alluded to there, many of the images are actually based upon the stars themselves. So you may be trying to look for or find, what does this symbol mean? And you're looking in the mundane, you're looking horizontally, and the answer isn't there. You're going to come up short every time. You're going to be dancing around it. What you really want to look is look vertically. Right? What does this speak to on an astrological standpoint. Let me tell you what all cultures know, that the strongest magic is always astrological magic, because it's outside of the human world. It's outside of the mundane world. It literally is the realm of the heavens. So the most powerful forms of magic, particularly in the West, are always astrologically based. You will look at De Stellis, looking at the Picatrix, looking at the writings of course, Cornelius Agrippa and others. These are all based upon astrological phenomena. All right. So, for example, we talk about Scorpio. Talismanically, the symbol, the scorpion, and somebody you can pull this reference probably in Agrippa's writings, doesn't just represent the literal scorpion, but all things that crawl on the earth, all insects. Right? When you think about the bee, like the honey bee, this person's a queen bee, that person's whatever, or a beehive. That has astrological significance, right? The beehive represents Cancer. The sign of Cancer. There is a cluster in Cancer called the beehive. So if you begin to look for the correspondences in ancient and the astrology and the astrological lore of antiquity, you'll find some very powerful comparisons, especially if you believe that these are very, very old bloodlines. That means that their magic is old. They're not using this very mundane stuff. So if your information, if your connections are pulling from just the past 100 years, even just the past 500 years, you're still going to be coming up somewhat short somewhere. You want to be looking back thousands of years ago.
Yeah. Keep talking. I have to go pour some water really quick. I'm coming right back. So just keep teaching.
Yeah. So in scholastic image magic, different images receive the celestial virtues of the heavens. Okay. There's this idea, if you think of, if you're a Neoplatonist or Platonist, you understand this concept about the world of forms that exists far above the mundane world, where you just have pure abstract thoughts and concepts, the mind of God in the Platonic philosophy. These are pure, perfect, abstract concepts, ideas, thoughts, etc., that begin to impress themselves upon our world, right? So you have the world of ideas and the world of forms, the shape those things take up. All right. So therefore, every fish is going to come under the auspices of Pisces on some level. Every fish, shark, whale, whatever. Every bovine is going to come under the auspices of Taurus. So no, it might not be an actual bull. It may be a calf. It may be a cow, right? It may be Elmer's glue. Okay. Now that's a real thing. Elmer's, they used to make their glue out of boiling the hoof of the cow. Everything feline, every cat is Leo, not just lions, but every feline. Every avian, every bird is also ruled by Scorpio. Every equine, every horse, including donkeys and all kind of, those kinds of things, are all ruled by Sagittarius. So you start looking at these things, they start speaking to a much larger meta-narrative. You notice these cycles always around time because the spiritual world interfaces with us in what we call time. Now, they don't have a concept of time. It's all kairos over there. It's chirological time. We have chronological time here, but it's all chirological time there. They're just moments of intersection and interface that can be maximized. That's the whole process of a talisman. A talisman, you need the right kind of inscription. In this case, it would be the right kind of word said, or invocation if you want to use that. You need the right material. That is absolutely imperative. That is the second most important thing of a talisman is what it's made out of. And then also the most important thing, the very engine of a talisman, is it astrologically. It must have a proper astrological election. Because go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because anything born in a moment of time receives the spirit of that moment of time, and it will continue to its inevitable end.
Yeah.
You can always, God put it this way: I declare the end of a thing from its beginning.
Absolutely. That's really good intel. I want to get you guys, because you brought up this image, and I want to get everybody's opinion about this imagery. Speaking of image, first of all, this was some of the promotional artwork around the festival. To the right reads Astroworld, November the 5th through the 6th. Open your eyes to a whole new universe. Okay. Here it is. We have what appears to be an eyeball representing the all-seeing eye. We have a vortex. We have a pathway represented by ladders. Ironically, Jacob's ladders are going up, and these ladders are inverted.
And let me also say about that. Okay. So listen, angels, celestial beings are connected to time. Okay. I mean, to this day, theologians are still baffled about whether the references in the scriptures to stars are talking about angels or, bodies of whatever. So there's always been a very deep connection, at least a synergy, we would at least say, between angels and the stars or the astrological counterparts. All right. You brought up Jacob's ladder. Jacob's ladder is no different, right? He put a stone there. He said, behold, this was the place of God. I didn't know it. Called the place Peniel. We see that he wrestles with an angel, and it's all astrological. The angel says, let me go. Why? Not because I'm tied up with you, not because I don't want to bless you. He mentions time. He says, because the day is about to break. Angels and the whole, matter of fact, I think that the conversation are probably so confusing about angels and stars that, the Apostle Paul just called it celestials in the 15th chapter of the book of 1 Corinthians. That's what I call it. I call them celestials. These celestial beings operate according to time. Now, you've got that going on, talking about this universe, and then we just hear people talking about a metaverse. All right. Notice what I said before. It's not just one group of people, but multiple groups of people. All right. And many of them have shared knowledge. So they all have a collective shared knowledge about how the heavens work. Give me this verse, Semaj, where God tells to Job, do you know the ordinances of heaven, that you might cause them to bear upon the earth? All right. Other of these vying powers, these power brokers know about these particular, they have a shared knowledge of astrology. The three most ancient spiritual sciences have always been theurgy, alchemy, and astrology. And if we're continuing that these are ancient bloodlines, whatever, then they are very aware of these very old, deep magics. Now, so we've got this same time period going on with certain types of mandates are going on, certain types of metaverses are going on. We've got kinds of like astral worlds and universes going on, all in this same time frame, because everybody's trying to maximize this time for their own purposes. Because time waits on no one, and God reigns on the just and the unjust. All right. This is, Jesus said, how is it that the children of this world are wiser than the children of light? Because they knew how to pay the tune. Thank you. Job 38:33. Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? That's the whole goal. To look at the ordinances, the rules, the laws, the legislations, the protocols, the practices of heaven, and can we cause that to impose and superimpose upon our own mundane constraints? The heavenly bodies provide that type of power, always have. The ancients always knew this. Many of them were flawed. They even began to worship them.
So, what do you What do you get from this image?
Well, the first thing I thought was, until you brought up the eye, right? I mean, I thought it was a very obvious thing, but also this idea of either a ping pong, or everything about in a ping pong game, because you can see some of the same wiring tubing here as a ping pong game. All right. Yes, you have rails and so on. You can see that's the ladders. Number two, as a black hole. Right, which you also know forms a kind of concave light around it. Right. And then, of course, we have the eye. And I think we need to also clarify, you know, when we're talking about the eye, are we talking about the eye of God? Are we talking about the evil eye? Jesus said that these things proceed out of one man, the evil eye. Give me that, Semaj, in the book of Matthew, the evil eye. So,
and then he turns around and says that thine eye should be singular.
That whole body will be filled with light. Exactly. Right? Paul talks about this in the first chapter of the book of Ephesians. I think about the 16th, 17th, or 18th verse, that the eye, now it's translated as eyes, but in the original is eye of understanding may be enlightened.
Enlightened to what? Because I know a lot of times when we say the word enlighten, we automatically attach a positive or an empowering, but it could also be as Eve and Adam were enlightened.
They were enlightened. Exactly. Their eyes were opened. Right, but what did they
open
see?
To what?
And what was seen of them? Right, Nietzsche famously said, "If you begin to stare into the void, it starts to stare back at you." Which is now there's an image I do want to bring up, okay? Which is the one that you sent me by way of Instagram.
Okay, before you get there, because I don't want to jump around and have to jump back. Semaj and Light, what are y'all takes on this imagery? Here, and I'll go with Light. Are you there, Light?
Yes, I'm here. So I guess initially what I was drawn to was obviously the eye, but also the condition of the eye. We're seeing like a bloodshot eye. It really makes me think of even just again this sort of hypnotic state to be in of suggestion, and also we have to take care of the things that we're looking at, the things that we're perceiving, because they can come in, as people like to say, the eye is the window of the soul. What are you polluting your eyes with, right? What are you even harming your spiritual eyes, hampering them, dulling them to some, I would say, darker unseen things, right? What are you being influenced by, and unconsciously so? And as you and Khozmiq brought up of this, of even like what looks even like a ladder and this descension down into the lower parts, again, it makes me think about this sort of like, especially when we think about a lot of the themes of the different images of depravity, not necessarily saying that sex is bad, but we're talking about a more base version of sex, of drugs, and obviously if you know that there are going to be children at your event, and why are you necessarily exposing these types of imagery, these types of influences there? It really makes me think of just kind of subtly corrupting.
Light, you keep hitting on that, and I'm glad you touched on that again, because that was a point I wanted to make earlier about the children, about the spirit cooking dinners with this Hollywood witch, where the meat and the turkeys and the cakes are in the form of infants, and this connection to adrenochrome and adrenaline and digesting almost the pheromones and the energetic responses from despair and from distress, which someone alluded to earlier in this dialogue. One of the footages from the concert is Travis on his balcony performing, overlooking one of the young men who are dying, and they are crowd surfing him to safety, and he has a limp body and all, and Travis is chanting, and he seems to be kind of absorbed and saturated in whatever now has become him. And
I think that when Light brought up about the eye, I did just a quick check just to make sure that what the thought I had in my head was actually true, and it is that. Notice how this is an undilated eye. right? When the brain goes through moments of hyper focus, the eyes dilate. When it goes into this trance, as she said, very highly suggestive, it does not. It begins to really, really open up. So when you start seeing these eyes, is this a monocolored eye? Are the eyes have the eyes dilated or not? It's going to show you what type of state is suggested here. Is it a very hyper, very active state with very dilated eyes, or is it going to be a very more suggestive state, as we see here?
Yeah.
Now, for the spirit cooking, I'll just say this as someone who's been in many different systems, HER systems, and so on and so forth. I can tell you that what we call the word fetish. I'm just going to go there.
Hold on, before you go there, hold on that part, because I don't want to even lose this thought again, because I was going to go into this point by light concerning the spirit cooking, this attraction around children, which is also profoundly present in a lot of the artwork that Travis Scott uses for his albums and for Astroworld. To people's point also that nobody under 18 should have been at this festival, but to light, as she was saying, in a venue like this, where you have young people, what is really the intention of this type of energy, of this type of imagery? And what's fascinating about that is, do you guys think that it is intentional on Travis Scott's part to particularly play off of his younger demographic, that is his target demographic? Because guess what? This festival is ageless. There were actually babies in their parents' arms at this festival. And Travis Scott has been in interviews stating that he desired a ageless festival where all could come. And so I wonder if him setting kind of an ageless kind of an ageless rule, it was a way to usher in young people, knowing that that was already going to be his demographic anyway, and he wanted to have access to the entirety of that age range.
I think just marketing says that everybody wants a young demographic. I mean, that's just, no matter what food you're in, spiritual or not, that's just pure marketing, because the earlier you can get them, the longer customers they will be. So
yeah, but not just, I mean, we know that on the front end, but I'm talking about in terms of the fact that young, in the context of what we're talking about, like, we know all of that happens in music and business and marketing and advertisement, that world is, capitalism is over all of this, even over the spiritual communities, even over the religious communities, that everything is happening under this capitalistic umbrella. But do you think, well, first of all, let me pull back. I haven't even gotten this part yet. Is it in y'all's opinion, and it's just an opinion, you can't be right or wrong, do y'all think that Travis Scott is someone who is aware and who is practicing spiritualism or occultism, just based upon what you already see and know? What is your opinion, Khozmiq? Do you think he is an intentional practitioner?
I think even that is very subjective. I will say this. Let me say what I don't think. Let me say that. Can I say that?
Sure.
Yeah, well, my opinion is not. I am not of the opinion that he is fully aware and fully conscious that he's at the helm of all of this. I do not believe that he's even nearly as aware as we probably think he is. I think that he's definitely around some very, very, very well aware and very intentional handlers who say go left here and go right there. And I think he's given a script. I think he may have, a little bit of knowledge to the point of thinking that maybe, something may be cool or interesting or unique or creative or artistic, or in his artistic best interest. In that regard, no. Okay. I don't think that.
Light, how about you? In your opinion, is Travis Scott a intentional practitioner?
Similarly to Khozmiq, I also don't particularly think that he is consciously doing any of these things. Not necessarily in terms of trying to make it a sort of magical ritual or anything on that level, but I'm sure there's like more on a more mundane level. There's probably a level of I don't really care either way how this affects people or what effect it really has. Um, but I definitely think in terms of someone being like a puppet and someone else kind of making the plays and just using Travis as a vehicle for whatever ends.
Okay. So Maj, I know that you kind of you don't seem too familiar with Travis Scott or kind of what's going on, but just off of what you feel, what you perceive, and the information that you do have, do you believe that Travis Scott is a intentional practitioner?
I don't think that he's aware or conscious. Me being a performer, kind of know like that there are people on top, like they're supposed to give you like these certain instructions on what you're supposed to do, what part of the stage you're supposed to be on, like what things are right and what things are wrong per se in their eyes. So I don't think he's aware at all.
Okay. Now, I'm of the opinion that he is absolutely aware. I'm just unwilling to let people play in my face at this point. There are lots of people who I do believe are a puppet and are just participating and keeping a career alive and allowing
How
the
do you decide between the
team
two?
and allowing, I'm gonna get into that, and allowing the team to do whatever they do. And those people to me are very clear. But there are certain, as a metaphysician myself, and as somebody who moves in spiritual spaces, there, first of all, just on a common sense level, Travis, because what we have to remember here too is that we're talking about a adult. We're talking about a father. We're talking about a businessman. We're talking about someone who is of age of consent as we talk about Travis Scott. If this man had any oppositional belief, that would be the causation for him to push back. These are his projects, his music. That means that all these things also go past and through Travis Scott. And I can't accept Travis Scott being dumbwitted about why there's a big ass 10-foot vortex behind him that has "see you on the other side" about it. I mean, "see you on the other side" inside of it. I can't look past a man who now we have live footage of him chanting while looking directly at a dead body being crowd surfed. I can't also remove the connections that the Kardashians have to the occult. And I can't, everything about this is so explicit. I almost feel insulted in trying to convince myself that this person is just going along with the ride. Because when people started dying, Travis Scott was with the shits. He continued his show for an hour and a half as he saw ambulances, search and rescue, bulldozing through the crowd to get to hundreds of people that were passing out, that were being overdosed. He continued in his performances. He branded this whole festival around transcendental, psychedelic, altered states of consciousness, because this is someone who's in this lane. And once again, I'm not negating the fact that there are people who are puppets, but when I see this level of involvement, and then I can see and we can measure someone's humanity when we have live footage of them having a disregard for the death that is taking place right in front of them, that has to beg a bigger question than just being a damn puppet, because it would seem to me that at this point, this man has been very demonically oppressed and has given himself over in some fashion that allows his humanity and his empathy to be completely stripped from him, to, because this is not a video set. Physical, sentient, living, red-blooded people died in front of him, and Travis Scott chanted them into the damn afterlife. You can't perform that. You either have to be about that or not about that, because if you faking it up until shit get real, this was the point that we should have been able to see Travis Scott break free from the script, because now his actual humanity is conflicted with now what's a reality, but we don't see a breach in that. We see someone stay profoundly connected in those ways to this whole event until he was forced to come to arrest, until he was forced to come to a standstill. And I think we have all of the exhibit A, B, C's, and D's to start questioning whether this man has a goddamn humanity or not, because it would seem to me that he don't.
So I think maybe my view wasn't well stated. And let me also ask this question. Mm-hmm. How much humanity do you think celebrities maintain?
It's hard to really say.
It is, and it varies from case to case, from person to person, and probably at the end of the day, we probably all had to say it was subjective, right? I think that again.
But at this point, I'm not even looking at him also as an actual celebrity. I'm like, if there is humanity, this would have been the point
when
where
you're at
humanity.
That level, what I'm saying is, how much of your humanity have you already traded to be at that level? I'm not saying everybody does. I'm not saying everybody does. What I'm saying is, I 100% agree with you, but I'm seeing this end result from two different origins. Okay, I don't think he went in with the full on. This is going to be my ace goal to do this. I think that no doubt. That I hope you get back into talking about the chemical injections, the drug culture that's here, which is what I would call sorcery. Then you can bring us into a certain state where your humanity is suspended, hallucinogens, so on and so forth. Especially if you have very good handlers. I think that you can lose your humanity before you even get into these spaces. All right. And by that, I mean that you don't care what the cost is for success. You said, where do I sign up? So I don't think people start as ritualists. I don't think they go into being, I don't think they end up necessarily thinking themselves ritualists. They tell them the dotted line and say, whatever I got to do to be big, I'm willing to do. I'll give you an example of this. I won't call the person's name because I don't want to be that shady, but there was an individual who she was talking about the ATR traditions. Right. And, she put this very public face as if she was really into it and she was helping the people and she was, being a historian for us and all that kind of stuff. And behind closed doors, she was quoted as saying, I don't believe none of that, but their superstition pays my bills.
Let me tell you this.
Words.
Let me add this part too to further my point about his humanity. This man, after giving a weak ass, mediocre, dense, performative remorse apology, went on with Drake to an after party after now being aware that 8 people at least died and many more had been injured. And so this, to me, this level of anti-empathy, anti-humanity, for me, can only be personified by somebody who is a part of, I want to say made a pact, but someone who is very aware of what they're doing with their power, with their resource, and what their agenda is. It's very clear to me that Travis has an agenda. And he's been reprimanded so many times because in 2019, he was arrested for disregarding safety regulations at the last Astroworld Festival. Got charges brought against him. A man broke and jumped off of a balcony. He dared one of his fans who climbed up on a 2-story balcony at the last Astroworld Festival, double dared him to jump off. The man jumped off and is now paralyzed for life. Many people were injured then. Travis was sued. He was arrested. Travis is pushing through. He's prevailing. He's persevering through this because he's consciously, willingly participated in all of this. And there's always been a connection between Luciferianism or Satanism and the drug culture and rape culture and freedom to indulge in your carnality. All of those are attributes and functionalities of those particular ideologies. And so those things are not even separate from the combination of the occult, every shit in ritualistic magic. Lots of practitioners utilize marijuana, utilize LSD, utilize angel dust, utilize ayahuasca, drug-inducing phenomenon, as you guys can see from the imagery here. Everything is all about trance states and this welcoming of war and violence and etc. And it's just like, you know, for me, the case of, is Travis an intentional practitioner doing what he will with his power and resources, as explicit and clear to me as OJ being guilty of the crime that he got away with?
But is he guilty of practicing magic, or is he guilty of practicing his own ends? I think that, you know, Aleister Crowley said it like this. He said, of course, he was the 21st century very well renowned Satanist and occultist. You wouldn't probably consider yourself a Satanist, but occultist would just say, said, "Do what thou wilt, be the whole of the law." Okay. Now, I remember my friend Moses said that the scoundrel and the fool will both take you to the same place. But the thing is this, the scoundrel and the fool, though they may take you to the same place, are coming from very different angles, right? The scoundrel intends to harm you. The fool doesn't, right? It's accidental harm, but it's still harm nonetheless. Likewise, if we look at do what thou wilt, be the whole of the law, are those who follow that Satanists because they follow it, or is that just their motto? Do you see where I'm coming from?
I mean, tomato. I mean,
all right.
I mean, yeah, tomato. It's at the end of the day, you can call it whatever. I mean, Satanists sometimes don't even call it Satanism, but these are just conceptualizations.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I think that intention. I think this discussion that we're trying to have is his intention behind all of this, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, if the question is about, do I feel that Travis is an intentional ceremonial magician, knowing all the rites and protocols of such, he has his own grimoire back at home of the Ars Goetia? Probably not. That's not my opinion.
So what would that even look like if it were the case? Because nobody who is that looks that way. Nobody who is that necessarily can be suspected unless they are wearing a sign on their head that says identity insert here. So what would that even look like?
Well, actually, yeah, it would. It's like, you know, you can get your car worked on, but a good mechanic can tell you who worked on it, whether they knew what they were doing and happened to just find it because they happened to just find it, or they actually was very skilled in what they did. You get the same result, right? So I think those who do not have ritual backgrounds, who do not have actual ceremonial backgrounds in magic, you know that these are very primary people who are making a lot of commentaries around these kinds of things, right? They're also searching through YouTube and looking behind blogs and these kinds of things to bring their commentary, but actually don't have a living practice in that. So they're always looking at the outside in, even as they're putting the pieces together from the outside in.
So if you're saying that things don't always look, don't always seem, don't always look like what they seem.
What I'm saying is, let me rephrase what I'm saying. That you asked, well, how do you know, right? You said, well, you know, how could anybody ever tell this was, you know, actually this or not? And what I was saying was basically precision would be the answer. Same between someone who cuts out their own tumor versus a surgeon does it. But you can still get the tumor out.
Well, there was precision. We're talking about someone who is tapped into mega millions, hypervisibility, who promotes death, violence, and transcendence of this life, and actually got people to worship him in such a way that they were willing to sacrifice their lives on Friday night.
Absolutely. And what I would say is that from the ceremonial magician perspective and that whole tradition, rituals that are to be of that magnitude are not done for the public.
But that's what's fascinating about coupling occultism with pop culture, which is what we're seeing happening. You have a lot of witches who are witches to the stars. That's why I brought up Maria Abramovic or whatever the freak her name is.
And notice nobody knew about her until somebody mentioned her, right? She was in the background, right? Because those who are precise, that's where they are.
Yeah, because there is no, this doesn't in fact look any kind of way. I mean, like there is no that's the witch, that's the Christian, that's the Muslim. Well, yes, there are pre-existing uniforms and traits, but in this age where you have people who are not necessarily cloaked in that type of traditionalism can now exist within all spaces. You can look like a thug and be a Luciferianist. You can be a street whore and be a witch. I have seen and know people who are in all of these spaces. I know witches who are doing sex work right now. I know witches who are who are working in telecommunications and are asking you for your Apple password for recovery. I mean,
but are they doing a ritual with the Apple password? No.
I mean, but even to that point, you also as a practitioner know that practicing is very customizable to the practitioner, because even when we get into these symbols,
I don't agree with that.
Well, I agree with it, because lots of practitioners relate to these things in their own ways. There are lots of witches who have their own formulas. There are lots of pagans and sorcerers who create their own ways of worship, ways of conjuring the spirit. Yes, there's a so-called academia produced about these things as well, but also those things are being produced from almost a subjective, individualized form of relationship to these things. Everybody's worshiping, not all. Like there is,
that's one of the issues when we look at something from a purely Western lens, is this very disregard for antiquity and a very overemphasis on the powers of modernity and of being relevant and being changeable and being eclectic, right? Because we have the right to do so. We have freedom of choice, freedom of thought. If it works for me, then it works. And I think that's definitely something that's very, very profound in the West. I think even if we're looking at with Astroworld and many of the other artists, they're certainly taking that same tip to be eclectic, to mix this, to match that, to bring these, as I mentioned earlier in my opening statement, taking these very ancient symbols and trying to reinterpret them in ways.
And it happens every generation. It happens every generation, where it gets more refined, and these things end up kind of also adapting to the culture. And so the way that Christians operate in the 21st century isn't the same way that Christians operated in the New Testament 1,500 years ago, or the way Christianity even looks in other parts of the world, because we're not really talking about a monolith here. And there's nothing monolithic about even the spiritual community. And we all know this. There's nothing monolithic about Christianity, which is why there's 100 plus denominations and frameworks and perceptions and ideas around who Christ was, who he wasn't, which parts of the Bible are relevant, not relevant, the way that we apply those things as people who are wanting to be a part of these Abrahamic faiths, or etc. There's many different forms and facets of Buddhism. I mean, this thing literally is it is all of that. It's all of that and none of that all in the same breath.
May I interject something?
Yes, sure.
I think also we don't have to necessarily think of it whether or not he is a full-blown practitioner or not. He could also just be someone who's dabbling in something because, like you mentioned, him chanting while, you know, seeing the body and also having a history of inviting this sort of violence. He could very well also just be someone who not necessarily keeps up a whole practice, but likes these sort of dark elements, maybe wants to incorporate that and dabble in it and incite certain types of energy to be there, you know, concurrently with him as he's performing. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that he is, you know, a ceremonial magician or a full-blown puppet, but he could be somewhere in the in-between of these things.
And I guess that's to my point that this is, and this is why I ask for everybody's opinion, because there's enough happening here for it to look in every which way that everybody has stated here. There's enough for this to look like somebody who is just going along to get along for the sake of whatever. There's enough here to see him in limbo. There's enough here to see him as a practitioner. But to your point about a practitioner, I want to really show you guys the level of energy that was summoned forth in this event. I have a clip here, and there's lots of people with this footage. And what it is, it seems it's a clouded figure who is leaping through the crowd. This freaked people out. People found a lot of this footage in their raw footage from the concert that's now circulating. Let me remove this here and pull up this footage. I want to play actually a few different clips for you guys and get your opinions on this as well. Because when I tell you that this is one interesting scenario. Okay, so hold on, let me Travis Scott. Boom. Let me take this comment down real quick. Let me blow this up. And I want you guys to pay attention to what's going on to the right of the screen. Let me blow this up real quick. Not people saying it was a lot of things. A jacket. I'm gonna get everybody's opinions here. Let's watch this. If it even plays. I want to play that back. First of all, can you guys even see this? Because it looks pixelated on my end.
No, it's still just kind of rotating on my end.
It's still rotating on your end. Okay, it's playing on my end.
For me, it's just pixelated.
It's just pixelated.
It's pixelated for me as well.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, let me stop sharing this and just see if I can just screenshot the image. I will leave the links to this footage, you guys, in the description box for those of you who want to see it for yourself. And if some of y'all see a jacket, it's a jacket. I mean, it's literally one of those things where you have to decide what you're looking at for yourself. And it's still pixelated, probably because StreamYard is running. However, in that piece of footage, there is what looks to be a something dark. It looks kind of cloudy, shadowy. It's very black and opaque, and it is leaping from one side of the arena into another side of the arena, almost like a grasshopper. It's bounced into a certain section. There's another piece of footage here where a girl realized she didn't hear this at the time, but when she reviewed some of her footage from Astroworld Festival, there was a death scream, and you could hear it so explicitly in the footage. It was very distinctive from everything else and all of the other noise and sounds and screams that were being made at a festival, sounds that you would expect. But this one was particularly, it was like a screeching. It was very terrifying. It sounded like somebody was even dying in that very moment. But you also have lots of footage circulating around orbs, that there were orbs, and I think we all agree that energy was harvested and manifested. I think we don't necessarily share the same consensus about Travis and his intentionality, but that between just energy and consciousness and spiritual laws, that there's no surprise that there were maybe some supernatural manifestations at astral world, astral forms, spirits, the ethers, consciousness, manifesting, etc. Before we get out of here, I did want to flip through some of these images and just get you guys.
And when has Astroworld been a thing?
So Astroworld started off as an actual theme park in the 70s, and it was
so
like
somebody find out how old it is.
Well, it started in 1975 and it ended in 2005 is when it closed down. Travis Scott reopened it in 2018 because this was his childhood theme park and he wanted to basically live out his glory years. So from 75 to 2005 is when
this is his theme park.
It's his festival, yes.
Now that's an interesting piece of information.
Yeah, he wanted to reinvent this. And
so we could have had this. So I have to do some more research on that because I want to see just how much influence he had on the renovations and
this was his idea. That's what I was telling you guys. This was his invention. This was something he wanted to recreate. Travis Scott is very hands-on in the engineering of this entire project. This was something that he gave birth to, something he was inspired by from his childhood, and he just coupled that with music and his art, etc., and kept some of the fundamental themes of Astroworld intact. So this is not, that was to my point, that this is not somebody who is just like something outside of him is just producing merchandise and kind of just pushing him forward, making him the mascot. This is somebody who is creative. This is somebody who is artistically and intentionally engineering and manufacturing all of this, which is why I am questioning the level of knowledge he has regarding the metaphysical aspects of this, because it's just too much of it. It's too much of it. Like this is too heavily saturated. I haven't even seen this even in other clear-cut instances of occultism, symbolism.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of an occultist would you rate him, in your opinion?
I don't know how much of a level, because my
scale of 1 to 10.
I don't know. I'm gonna say
Can the chat also respond to this?
Hey, information man, what's going on? So you guys, what level?
On a scale of 1 to 10.
1 to 10.
Right.
And 10 being
from no occultist to the most occult occultist that they ever did occult.
So 10 is the most occultic.
Yes.
Okay. Nove says a 10. A Nove. MW says 9. You guys, what do you think? From just stupid idiot making money to heavy occultist, 50-something degree Freemason.
Right.
Someone
sold his soul, drinks baby's blood for afternoon supper.
Ray says 5.
That's very safe. Okay.
Miss Bynum says 7. I was around a 7 as well. Ayo says 7. Miss Yaya says 4. Coco says 6. Okay, so Jay says 10.
Here's my follow-up question then. So look at the number you rated. My question would then be, what other public people would you rate higher or lower? So if you said 7, who would you rate an 8? Who would you rate a 6? I'm trying to get an idea of kind of what we're talking about here as far as our ideas of occultism and what that really looks like. You mentioned
I can break it down like this better. A lot of our super mainstream pop stars, particularly those who also have made it their business.
Would you call Rihanna or Beyonce? I'm
going to get into that. You got to let me finish the statement. The individuals that I'm talking about are not only hypervisible celebrities, but they also deeply represent occultism in their artwork, in their concerts, in their videos, etc. That would be Hove. That would be Consciouztv, who definitely believes he's a god. He's openly stated that. Beyonce's.
These are people you're rating a 10.
Rihanna's. I would rate them in high level. Yes, these would be the American gods. Now there are demigods. Something like maybe a Travis Scott, but what's interesting about Travis Scott is that there's documentaries, and I mean he's somebody who's been in this world for a long time. His ideas have been interesting in these ways for a long time. What I found also kind of difficult to reconcile with Travis is that there are, when it comes to ritualistic power, what makes it interesting is that you don't even have to necessarily be like the most powerful practitioner when you have access to this level of resource to pull something like this off. So Travis Scott can be a mediocre practitioner, but because he has visibility, he gets to indoctrinate people through mass media, through social media. He has access to the machinery, to the technology, to flash these images, and he has social influence. He doesn't even need to be top tier sorcerer in the world. He has access to things that
doesn't need to be a sorcerer at all.
That make up the difference. I'm not arguing. Look, I don't have
everything you just said.
He can't look. I'm not.
You have to be a sorcerer at all. What you just said.
We came into this conversation with the understanding that people obviously are on all sides of this. There are people who don't think that there's anything relevant to the occult here. There are occultists and practitioners who absolutely see the presence of the occult here. And we also have Papa Chulo in the building. Hello, Papa Chulo. Welcome to the stream.
Chulo, what's going on?
I think you're on mute, Papa Chulo.
What's going on?
Not much. You're welcome to the stream. Obviously, we're here talking.
I can't hear him. Can y'all hear him? I can't hear him.
You can't hear me, Doc?
He was just speaking. You didn't hear him, Khozmiq? I can hear him.
I can hear him as well.
How do I go out and come back in then?
I'm going to take you down and bring you back in. Hold on for 1 second. Okay, can you speak again, Papa Chulo?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear Papa Chulo, Khozmiq? He just spoke? No, okay. Let me remove Papa Chulo real quick and bring him back in. Okay, Papa Chulo. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you.
Can you hear him now, Khozmiq?
No.
Okay, do me a favor, Papa Chulo, if you would so kindly, please. Could you exit out of the stream and then hit the link again and come back in?
Okay.
Okay. In the meantime, Khozmiq, can you introduce Papa Chulo, etc.?
Yes. So I definitely wanted to get their input on this. I definitely want to get their kids' input on this also, and hear what the very, very young people, we old, wanted to say about this.
Ain't nothing old on me, baby.
And the influence of we know what's happening next week.
Eternal parts on this thing.
We know what's happening next week.
I'm in my transfigured body, baby.
But moving on, we'll have a spirit cooking or whatever the heck they do for elongation. And you got your one eye covered already, you know, looking into the infinite void.
Don't
Okay.
even start.
But I think that so Chulo is actually my secretary, my adjutant, and has been in the metaphysical sciences for quite some time. He's from Florida, but I will let him. He needs to speak for himself. He has some other cool stuff that he does also that I don't want to get ahead of. It's just coming back in here.
Yeah. Okay. Let me correct something in the stream, and this is to my mods. Please listen and listen clearly. I gave these instructions earlier on in the stream, and I know everybody wasn't here initially. To my mods, I don't want anyone blocked or time out unless they are being explicitly disrespectful. What that does not mean is them having freedom of opinion. What that does not mean is them disagreeing. What that does not mean is using your wrench as a personal weapon against those who share a difference of opinion. I want an open, communicative, fluid stream where people can come and speak openly. This hinders and prohibits people from coming to the channel and prohibiting in live stream conversations when people are being blocked and timed out for God knows what reason. So unless someone is being literally disrespectful and explicitly disrespectful, just let the chat rock. And to those who are using profanity, I don't mind profanity, but Google moderator will block your ass. So please find creative ways to spell bitch, like BYTCH, or shit, SHYT, because you do risk Google moderator gagging the hell out of you. So please be slow to anger, mods. Please make sure that you are discerning what's going on and not just recklessly yielding the sword. I know it's powerful, and I know that power consumes us, honey. I know that as humans, baby, we get that surge of power like Travis Scott did at this festival, baby. We get to destroying things and turning into the Dark Phoenix and stuff. So let's calm down. Let's get the Holy Ghost up in us. And while we're waiting for Papa Chulo to come back into the stream, and if you can text him and let him know that we're waiting on him before we wrap up, I want to flip through some of these images and just get you guys' take on some things here. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and blow this up, because Khozmiq, you were alluding to a particular picture, and I'm way early on in this conversation, and I'm assuming that you're talking about the head, which is the entrance. No, the entrance of the
No, I was
festival.
talking about the one that you said was a pyramid.
Oh, the mountains. Okay, let me find the mountain. Okay, I have it here. Let me insert it. Boom, kale.
I think there's always been a lot of spiritual imagery about big mouths opening into other dimensions and other domains, about literally the idea of a body of something, a body of work, I think, what was her name? Baxter? I think
Mary Kay Baxter.
When she talked about the divine relation of hell, right? She talks about
Yes.
hell as a body. She does a lot of that type of imagery. And I've seen a lot of that, particularly in medieval works of art. But this was interesting enough, because when you said pyramid, I was like, I don't see pyramid.
Well, no, I didn't say pyramid. I saw mountains initially, but people were seeing pyramids because obviously of the pointed tops here. Yeah,
but what I did see that I thought was very particular, because it came specifically from my occult knowledge, was something else, and it's not coming up. Maybe it's me.
It probably is.
Let me. What's going to happen?
Can everybody? Well, you spoke it into existence, prophet. What did you think was going to happen? This is a testament of your anointing.
And I knew you were going to say that. I said, he's going to be like his mouth.
I was telling you last night, don't speak none of that stuff into existence, son. So you don't win.
Well, here we go. Was I a sorcerer, or was I just following certain principles?
I think you manifested. That's what I think. I think as a prophet, you spoke, honey, and here we are. But let me ask the Light and Semaj, can you all see this image here? so that we can determine whether it's cosmic or not?
I can definitely see the image.
Yes, I
Okay.
can see.
I'm
So-
on the hotel Wi-Fi, man, and I'm out here traveling. So
Well, Cosmic, exit out and come back in, and Papa Chulo just. Well, hold on. Before you do that, let me bring Papa Chulo in. Hello, Papa Chulo.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Did you hear that, Cosmic?
yeah, it's me. It's got to be me.
Okay, so exit out and click the link again, and I will bring you in. Okay, so Papa Chulo, we pretty much we're at the last half of the show where we're just going to get some opinions about some of the symbolisms and some of the architect around this festival. But before we even get there, can you tell the people a little bit about yourself and what your spiritual background is?
I'm Chulo. Grew up in the South, all Southern. Mother, grandma, all that good stuff. For my great grandma, they all been in the South. My spiritual practice is hoodoo. I'm in rehabilitation. Doc, he's my overseer. I'm a member of House of Zion Spiritual Temple. And what else? Did I leave anything out?
Probably. But that was a whole lot. Can you give the people where they can find you at for your services and for your work?
One Poppy _ Chulo is IG. One Poppy _ Chulo.
Okay. And I am going to have everybody's information in the description box as well. Is that the only place that you want people to find you is on Instagram?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Instagram, one _ Papa Chulo.
One Poppy _ Chulo.
One Poppy _ Chulo. Okay, so remember, you guys, everybody's information will be in the description box below. So I want to get your initial response. What was your initial reaction to Astroworld Festival tragedy?
It was two instances. Some people said that something fell on people.
Mm-hmm.
Other people saying that people were injected. So I didn't know the actual real scoop about it. I was just hearing everybody's opinion about it.
Yeah.
And then I don't think until it was recently, maybe a few days ago, maybe that they start releasing who the people were, the victims that got hurt. So I still to this day don't know if there was somebody really injected. Some people saying it was fentanyl and that they were injecting people with. Somebody said the stage collapsed. So I didn't know, what to take. It just all was speculation. So I don't know to this day actually.
So just to bring you completely up to speed in a very short amount of time, 8 people died from being compressed against barricades and were stampeded and trampled over to death. The age range is from 14 to 27 years of age. There is a 10-year-old boy right now who is also in critical condition from being stampeded over because Travis Scott pretty much created a crowd surge that pushed people forward. Now, there is an incident regarding fentanyl because one of the security guards were trying to keep someone from crossing over one section into another, and someone in the crowd pricked him in his neck. From there, he was transported to the hospital where doctors had to give him Narcan, which is meant to prevent an overdose. And so there has at least been one incident of someone poking someone with a needle with fentanyl on it, creating an overdose. Now, it's also being speculated that this may have also contributed to the crowd surge, that maybe this was going on and this is what created the stampede forward because people were trying to get out of the way. We don't know whether it was a lot of people who was a part of this little group that was going around pricking people, making them overdose, making them go into cardiac arrest.
Did you hear how they had recanted that?
No, that's actually been proven to be the case. The security.
No, and I'm saying that the in one of the statements,
Mm-hmm.
Not the security guard, but and I gotta pull the article up again. But they were saying that's what he said. And then they came back and said, no, that's actually not what happened. Then they found that is in fact what he said. So why was this kind of cover up with this kind of recantation? That let me find it.
So according to the press conference, I just saw one of the recent press conference yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
One of the chief police over this investigation did confirm the story. Now, whether that's flipped again, I don't know. because, you know, kind of something is coming out every day, or not coming out every day, or coming out every day, or not coming out every day. But those were initially reported by TMZ, and the police did state that they did have to inject the security officer with Narcan. There seemed to have been a pricking event, and when the nurses went to analyze the security guard's neck, there was a point of entry where it looks like
at one point he said that somebody had hit him upside the head with something. I can't get you the article because now they're saying I got to sign up for the New York Times or whatever.
All things will become clear. The death toll might even become higher, etc. But the conversation, Papa Chulo, has now been around exploring any of the metaphysical elements around this case. So I also want to ask you, so with you not knowing a lot, I guess you don't even know a lot about the metaphysical elements that are present here either.
I don't.
Okay, well, that's actually great because this will probably fill you in. So let me start with you first. This is a aerial view shot of the Astroworld Festival. Can you see this image?
The little, like a walk-in, look like a volcano or something like that.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So this is, according to Travis, what you see, this hole here is an actual vortex that's supposed to lead you to the other side. And what the stage design here is argued by some to be an inverted cross. Do you see that?
I can see that.
Okay. What is your understanding of inverted crosses in the occult and how they can be used or what they represent or symbolize?
I haven't really heard an opinion about it as far as like being inverted. You know, I'm usually with the, you know, the old-fashioned way of the cross, but I never actually heard about somebody using an inverted cross.
Okay. I'm going to ask Semaj. Are you there, Semaj?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Vortex, inverted cross. What are your thoughts? It's no right or wrong. It's just whatever you.
I know, just kind of I was just trying to think, but I think my interpretation of that inverted cross doesn't necessarily go to that negative aspect, but I can see how it plays, I guess, a role. My interpretation would be somewhere focused on like I believe it's the cross of St. Peter. Not to say it's negative in a way, but it's more of like a transition or I would say it's more of a transition from one place or one state to another.
Okay. Light. What is your what do you see here and what does it mean to you?
So what I'm particularly noticing it as is, as Semaj kind of pointed out, the word transition as a crossroads kind of look here, because again you mentioned this was supposed to be like a vortex, so we have again this crossing from one space to another, so even a one mindset, you know, and yes, one mindset, one variation of consciousness that the person is at, and bringing them into something else.
Good point. That's a great point, you guys. Khozmiq, what do you see here and what does it mean to you?
So you mean as far as the cross of the whole set?
Everything within this set design. Yeah, right here.
Okay, so when, like I said, when you showed this to me, you mentioned that some people were seeing pyramids. I necessarily see that, but what I did see, and this goes back to your question about how would you know an actual occultist from one who just maybe dabbling. I talked about precision. Now, this is what struck me as an occultist myself. I know certain language. This right here, when I saw this, the first thing that came to my mind was a triangle of art. Can you look that up, or can you bring up an image of that or side by side or something? Because because that when I saw this, the first thing that came to my mind, the triangle of art, ART.
You can continue.
Yeah, so the triangle of art is a very, very old device used for spirit contact, right? It's often used as a speculum. It is used to bind certain spirits, to constrain them, to defend and protect the magician when he summons them forth to inquire about them or to employ them in something. And so often there is a seeing stone or a show stone or some type of speculum seated within a triangle. This triangle is buffeted on all sides, either by the names of...
I see one here with the Star of David in it. Is that like, would that be a good one to show, or are you looking for
There's one that has a triangle, normally with a black circle in the middle of it.
Black circle, okay. But this one has a black circle in it too, and then it has a star in the black circle.
Oh yeah, I mean that's fine, but it has that and normally you'll see the ancient names written alongside of it.
Yeah, actually, I think this is a better. So, it's a black and white image.
Okay.
Okay, let me take this down. Let me stop sharing.
Yeah, so these are normally there's a seeing stone that's placed in there, some type of speculum. It can be an obsidian disc, an obsidian sphere, a palantir, etc. That one then uses to interact with the invisible world, right? With spirits of various types and kinds. Exactly. All right. Now, when it's actually set up, this is kind of a diagram, but when it's actually set up, okay, the device sits up. Normally, it's made of wood. It is inscribed on the side and in the three vertices here, that with divine names alongside it. This is used to constrain and compel the spirit to comply and obey. Right? These words are used to threaten the spirit if it decides to act out of character or to disobey the magician's wishes. But in the middle of it would be set normally it's a clear or a black sphere. Okay, this is Wendy Jones. Okay, this is what I was saying, right? That the story has changed. Was it a prick with the needle? Now they're saying it was hit upside the head with something. So when I saw that whole, I saw the middle of a triangle. I saw also the imagery beforehand that you saw about the Astroworld imagery with the eye that was there, also like a black hole. That began to give me thoughts about the speculum. All right, that sits in the middle of the triangle of art. So if we're looking at this in the context of necromantic rites and rituals and so on, the summoning of goetic spirits, the summoning of angels, or whatever the case may be, the use of this is somewhat neutral. Okay, it's up to the magician as a fact of what it's summoning, but it's often known to be used in goetic rituals, the summoning of what many would consider demons in the non-conventional sense. So as a portal to walk through, to walk out of, to gaze into, the alchemist has something similar with the homunculi in the flask. These concepts of a contained space that is ritualized, and the environment of that space becomes very porous, so that other spiritual entities can have visibility or even interaction in this new environment. It's almost like, how do you transfer, a goldfish, right? You put it in a little bag of water, you move from point A to point B, because the water is obviously very close to the fish tank that the fish was in. In the same way, you have to create an atmosphere or an environment that is conducive for that spirit's visibility or interaction. All right. Either, if not, your conjuration is not going to be effective, or the relative power and force of that spirit or ability of the spirit is going to be greatly hindered. In the same way, you don't try to, put the fish out of water, it's going to be very, very debilitated that way. You put it in its element. So this speculum are built in such a way so that the spirit, normally through incense smoke, certainly through music, through trance states, etc. There we go. Yeah, so that looks very much to me like a triangle of art.
Okay. And that's a great point. Some people were saying in the comment section as well that this also ironically looks a lot like the CERN machine that's being used, which for those of you who don't know is what our mad scientists are using to smash particles and atoms and neurons into each other to create some type of a split in our time-space continuum so that they can explore whether other consciousnesses exist in the multiverse. I also want to make the point about this crossroads, as you guys have alluded to, also to the point of a inverted cross. The inverted cross is really popular in a lot of satanic and Luciferian sets. It also symbolizes kind of like anti-Christian views or anti-society, anti-government, rebellion. And I find this to be very consistent with Travis having a pattern in this particular festival of inciting violence from his fans onto security, which are all things he's been arrested for, is kind of rowing up the crowd, telling them to have a disregard for law, having a disregard for order, which obviously culminated in Friday night's events too. So this inverted cross, it's just fascinating that it just happens to the way that it's understood in those sets also kind of defined a lot of the type of violence and chaos that Travis likes to participate in and conjure up in his
I'm also thinking about but let me look it up first to make sure that.
Okay. Do you want me to stop sharing this?
No, you're good. Okay. But I really just want to yes, Samaji, the Trithemius, thank you. Trithemius triangle of art. Thank you so much for that. God bless you forever. And the there's an actual manuscript. He's actually the teacher, believe it or not. He was actually the teacher of not only Cornelius Agrippa, but also another very prominent ancient occultist. I can't think of his name right now, but I digress. What I'm getting at is that Trithemius wrote a manuscript. I need to take
a water break real quick, but just keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay. And Semaj, what are your thoughts about Trithemius? Thank you, Paracelsus and Agrippa. He was their two teachers, yes. What are your thoughts about Trithemius, a triangle of art? Did you see any correlation between that and the setup of Astroworld?
When I first gazed at it, I didn't correspond it to that. But since you brought it up, I kind of see the correlations, especially how it corresponds as well to that crossroads, that being like a sort of gateway into the other side, as that tagline says.
Now, just kind of from because you do, I mean, you're kind of in these texts a lot these days with, your new enterprise, doing seals and that kind of thing. How does a triangle of art actually work?
Now the actual technology, I'm not really familiar with, other than what was already stated about the outlining of those divine names in order to constrain the spirits or to not allow them to interact in any other way that is against the purpose of the conjurer or whatever the conjured the spirit for. But that technology I'm not really familiar with.
Can you also bring up for us Davion, Trithemius, just type in table of practice, Trithemius table of practice. This will really show some very powerful things here. And by the way, those of you who want to get some more information on this, or you want to know how to do these things yourself, there is a book written by Trithemius called The Art of Drawing Spirits into a Crystal. And he goes into, this is old school ceremonial magic. This is the stuff that the actual cause are actually working with here. This is the real user's manual that's been around for hundreds of years. What'd you say?
A genie in a bottle.
Well, okay, and one way of speaking, sure. Many of the spirits, depending upon what translation of text you look at, will call, in one text will call them demons, D-E-M-O-N-S. Another text will call it daemons, D-A-E-M-O-N-S. Another text will call them genie, G-E-N-I-I. So, because genie can just mean spirit. You're talking about, genus Loki. But I digress.
Okay, I'm about to pull this up.
In that manuscript, it tells you what type of material you're going to need, what incantations need to be said, even what time of day is going to be most effective. So you really have these two pieces of literature you look at. You have one piece of literature that shows you kind of the techniques and the technicalities of these things, the engineering of it per se, of these spiritual technologies. And the other types of texts actually go through the types of spirits that you can use these technologies on or with or for or through. Here we go. Okay, this is a modern rendition of a table of practice. Okay, on top of this sits what we call the triangle of art. Okay, where it sits up like a triangle. People think about the Illuminati and the eye and all that kind of thing. The table of practice speaks to all of that. I'm talking about table of practice, but the triangle of art speaks to all of that. All right, there is something beyond the veil that is seeking to have interaction or has been summoned forth. All right, now some of the spirits are good. All right, this same practice, you look in the Pauline art of Solomon, it's all about the summoning of angels. Okay, so that's definitely, so these technologies are very, very neutral. There's also the Ars Goetia, which is the summoning of demons, or what is commonly known and customarily as demons. Okay, or at least I'll just say wild spirits to be fair. Okay, academically fair. But this technology is still used. So whether it is by, we're looking at CERN, whether you're looking at Astroworld, we're looking at all the many, where's your other eye, Davion? These are all speaking to.
Keep coming for my eye.
There's a very similar concept. All right. Also, can I just say this from the hoodoo standpoint and just from a more spiritual standpoint? Yes. There's also the intranquil spirit. That is often seen when you look at the imagery of the intranquil spirit. If it's not them, they're trying to confuse anima sola, something different. But normally the imagery for the anima sola is the quote unquote all-seeing eye of God. All right, a spirit sent to trouble someone. So I think all of these are very, very interesting.
So I want you to keep in mind what you just said about spirits. And this particular image, and that's what you saw when you saw the triangular shaped structure,
especially with that hole in the middle, that dark hole, that vortex. Yeah, that my mind went to table of practice,
and this is why I wanted y'all here, because everybody's going to see. We need that. Now, this is the shirt he was wearing during the feast on Friday night, which I'm going to blow up here.
Some of the feast, but she was in blood.
The festival, the feast. This is a shirt that he also sells, which are blue bodies that are obviously passing through some type of a portal, and they become red horned beings on the other side.
One thing is very interesting from the red. I mean, we can have a whole
I'm trying to have a whole forward.
4 more days talking about the symmetry of the symbols of red, white, and blue. Okay. I'm going to bring a mutual friend of ours up on that one for red, white, and blue. But this idea of blue bodies, red bodies, white bodies, right? Because normally you think in the reverse, you think that red means life because we have, you know, the red is still, the blood is still red versus a body who's become blue from being dead, right? But when I saw this, what came to my mind, and you've the one that's been holding off, because I've been trying to get him to finish watching Westworld. Y'all please tell him to finish watching
Yes,
Westworld.
it is amazing. Westworld is dope.
I think about there is a scene in Westworld, and again, not to give away the whole thing, where they jump through this portal, okay, and their consciousness is uploaded in another domain, but the portal is at the edge of a cliff. So their bodies fall over and their consciousness is uploaded. Again, all this still talking about Astroworld, still talking about metaverse, still talking about universe, and all this kind of concept. The elite trying to escape death, whether they're trying to go to Mars, or they're trying. Listen, it don't. I just have to say, it doesn't matter where you go. Solomon said that the heavens, the highest heavens, could not contain you. Doesn't matter where they try to run to, what new world they try to build, upload their consciousness, go to Mars, Atlantis. It does not matter. David said it plainly: "Wherever shall I go and escape your presence?"
So what do you think of this imagery in the context of the mood of this festival? Because
I think that
I want to give some more nuggets about the type of stuff that he speaks about at his show. Fans come to his shows holding up signs stating, "Will we survive?" At certain points of this festival, when people started screaming, when people were in distress, when people were trying to get the attention of the camera operator, etc., during different points of distress, Travis is also on camera saying that you pretty much know what you came here for. This seems to be consistent with the writing at the end of the tunnel. See you on the other side, inciting crowd surges, not acknowledging the fact that people were dying in clear view of him. That when you think about this imagery and all of those elements and the tone he set, what do you think that means in this space?
I think that the setup that was showed just a little bit ago, his stage and all that kind of thing, and this is that veil we were talking about, right? That doorway, that crossroad, that speculum, the other side of the speculum, right? Where one is transitioning in and out. You said something that he mentioned that, you know, you guys pretty much knew what you're coming out for. But I want to say one of my earlier, in my opening introduction, it passed my mind, was that when the elite do something on these grand scales, okay, there's a whole another hour and 55,000 days about this world being transferred ownership over, right? The deed of ownership, okay, was transferred over with certain prerequisites and certain criteria. So they couldn't just take over and do everything they wanted to do. There were still certain laws in place they had to abide by. It so happens that we saw in Job 38:33 that most of these elite people know far more about the laws that govern real things than most of the common people do. So they're far more efficient at navigating through them. But one of them, I would say, is these three laws. Number one, the law of conduct, the law of consent, and the law of contract. Conduct, consent, and contract. They can pretty much do whatever in those constraints. So when he says things like, you already knew what you were signing up for, well, that's contract. Or even when you go into certain courts of law and they say, all rise, and you rise, that's conduct. Or when they ask you, do you understand, right? And you say, yes, I understand. You've given your consent. Those are only three things that they need. And they don't necessarily need all three. They need at least one. Right? But the more they have, the harder it is to reverse. It's hard to appeal. So I think when he says things like, you already knew what you were coming here for, we were to let you know, we talked about this before. So, you know, me and you have late night talks about this predictive programming, you know, where they've said, well, you've seen this in movies and in video games and in shows and in this and in that and in the other, and over and over and over again for 25 years, you've been seeing this thing, and then bam, you see that September 11th it happened. Not to be a conspiracy, but I'm just, you know, there are things out there like this.
Yeah, for sure.
That somebody was asking you before, he's saying, I want to have an ageless concert, right? People were curious, how did 10-year-olds get here? You know, why are people coming there with their babies in their arms, right? There was some conduct, some consent, and some contracts involved. That's the only way that these things are able to have this kind of power and force. And really,
well, what do you think? Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Well, what do you think, before I move on to get everybody else's perspective? Well, before I ask you that, can you speak to a Ray's comment about the writing in the image? Is it Aramaic or Hebrew?
What image? I don't see
in the triangle that we have brought up on the screen.
It depends on who the magician is and what tradition they're coming from. I think in that one that you showed, it was Hebrew, I believe.
Hebrew. Okay.
Very, very modern Hebrew, might I add, but yeah.
And the question I wanted to ask you was the fact that the bodies are coming out red and horned.
Mm-hmm.
What's your interpretation of what he's suggesting here?
Oh, well, you know, when it comes to art, everything is up for, and I think that's why they love these types of things. They can get into these little cracks and crannies and say, oh, no, not really. I think, you know, that's very obvious. You think of horned beings, you think, you know, devils, demons, that kind of thing. If you are looking from the standpoint of Astroworld being this grand ritual, all right, that as souls are going in through their deaths, demons are coming out. I think one can definitely look into this imagery and see that.
Okay. I want to ask Light, who is, these students are so patient. My God, they're so humbled and patient. You guys are so meek. Y'all make me feel like a banshee wretched motherfucker.
They're only doing that here because there's
okay, the representative. I'm just getting the representative. So
yeah, they're never this well behaved at all.
All right. Light, I wanted to ask you, in lieu of all of that transpiring, this image being on his shirt and the fans wearing this imagery in the context of all that's happening, what meaning, like, what does that represent to you?
So definitely even what Khozmiq was bringing up of even Westworld and that sort of uploading thing, but then it reminded me again that the crowd surged forward towards the stage, right? And thus being crushed or trampled. So again, that sort of idea of transition of one from life to death, especially. And so definitely even with the imagery and just these, like, which is funny because again, even the figures are childlike.
Right, I noticed that too. It's just nuts to me.
Yeah, and
what do you think about them being a red-bodied and red-horned?
What's, you know, it's also interesting too is that because even blood, when it's in our bodies, it's blue, right? And then when it's exposed to the air, that's when it turns red. So again, even the spilling of blood, is what it makes me think of.
That's good intel there, like, wow. That's interesting. Okay. Semaj, what do you see here in lieu of what's happening?
The first question that came to me was, what is, I guess, like the purpose of these different images that he displays on his shirts, his albums, the set designs. The question comes up, is he inspired to do these things? What sort of entity or muse, if you would say, spoke through him to, I guess, present these types of images? Like, what is the purpose? It's the question that came to me.
Okay, so it just makes you ponder. You're
Yeah.
pondering. Okay, got it. Papa Chulo, you just jump back in as you're kind of piecing things together, I guess, from what we're sharing here. Travis Scott was wearing the shirt and also sells these type of images and everything to his fan base. He was wearing this during the tragedy. What do you see when you see this image?
Looking like little people walking out of vortex. I mean, I see the blue guys. Those like little devils with horns coming out the vortex.
Yeah, that's what they appear to be. Is a red bodies with horns. Do
Then
you think?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was looking at the blue guy. I was trying to piece together those. That's not one person. That's like two people.
Yeah, it's multiple people passing through.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
It's like which is like you good before you come in, and as you leave out, you turn bad.
It seems that, yeah. I mean, I'm on the same wave of thought about this conversion experience that he's definitely stimulating a transcendence, but I don't think it's so much as a higher transcendence, but it appears to be a lower cardinal base level. And what intrigues me about Travis Scott once again is the fact that one of the distinctive things between Satanism and Luciferianism is that Luciferianism is the direct worship of the entity that Christianity and the Abrahamic faiths have come to call Lucifer, the fallen angel, and the principles thereof, while Satanism is more centered around the flesh and desire and more of the Aleister Crowley do as thou will, don't have a judgment. If you want to rebel, do what you want to do, have a disregard for whatever, for boundaries, for limitations, for authority. It's all about fulfilling self and self-fulfillment and carnality, which, according to certain ideas within Satanism, aren't necessarily, some practitioners don't think that that's bad, to center the world and revolve around you. Do what you want. You are the one who create your ethics and your morals and your boundaries, and everything external to that is pretty irrelevant. So have at life. And if it causes someone else pain, I mean, kind of, so be it in a way. If it distresses someone else, so be it. If you're in need, still, you're in need. If you need to hurt someone or kill someone or off someone for whatever reason to get them out of the way, do what thou will. And so the fact that a lot of rebellion is centered around the Astroworld Festival, and once again, him loving to incite violence upon the security at his shows, to me represents the fact that between that inverted cross and between imagery like this, that Travis is definitely trying to usher these young people into this almost narcissism, this indulgence in self and desire, and removing the filters that otherwise would create empathy or having a conscience or having a moral code to transcend that moral code, transcend those ideas that domesticate you and humanize you. And so that's particularly what I see when I'm as trying to keep everything together, because there are moods and instructions that he does give to his festive goers, etc., that really kind of play into this imagery, and it just kind of helping to incite a surrenderance over into these things. So I'm kind of, does that make sense to anybody? I don't.
Yeah.
Papa Chulo?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to show you guys another image here. Oh, speaking to that, I'm so glad that someone said in Genesis, what I find interesting about Satanism and its kind of ideas around kind of nature and humanness and carnality and, you know, just giving in to being human is fine, you know. Is also this idea of kind of going back to the Bible in the book of Genesis, where God gave Adam and Eve like one of very few commandments, and one of them was that you can eat of any other tree or any other truth or any other reality in this garden except the one that tells you to judge all of the other realities. And there's something, I don't know if there's a correlation between that and what Satanism is proposing, is kind of this freedom and this non-judgment attitude about having a more experiential approach to life. But I just find that interesting that Satanism almost kind of is trying to take us back to an era or a time before human psyche discriminated against its reality in the way that Christians now believe we do, due to participating in the tree of knowledge of good and evil that gave Adam and Eve like a conscious, gave them the ability to distinguish or discern and to experience shame and or guilt about choices, etc., things that they were really naive and gullible to. But I want to show another image as well, and if you guys are enjoying the stream, please thumbs up the stream. Please share this out. You can donate to any of the panelists as well. If you guys want to be donated to or have a PayPal or a Cash App, you are a free will to change your screen names to your Cash App names, so that if anybody wants to contribute or put something in the donation plate, they can. And of course, you all are welcome to definitely donate to the host. But I would also much rather you donate to my panelists who are gracing me with their time and their energy today. Now, I want to bring up this image too. A lot of people were saying that the entrance into the Astroworld Festival is reminiscent of a painting from the late 1500s by an artist whose first name I'm going to butcher, but the last name is Basque. And the name of the painting is called Christ in Limbo, and it is a depiction of purgatory or hell and suffering. And this is what festive goers go in and out of when they enter the festival itself. I want to ask, what do you guys make of this what seems to be a artistic inspiration based upon Basque image here, where you see a mouth that is supposed to represent the gates of hell? And of course, you see all of the various levels of suffering and bondage that's taking place, the devouring and eating and harvesting of energy and souls and consciousness, and then coupled with a lot of the imagery about portals and cerns and vortexes and seeing you on the other side, and kind of this harnessing of lower consciousness that creates violence and mayhem that Travis Scott likes to usher in. Do you guys think that well, I'm just going to ask you, Papa Chulo, what do you make? What do you see here? Do you think that there's a correlation between these images, and what do you make of this?
It seemed very similar just looking at my eyes. I mean, the painting, it don't look too far off. You see people once again going to the mouth. I don't know if they symbolize Travis' mouth as like the gates of hell, but
yeah, that's what they're alluding to.
Yeah, but it, being that what events took place, I mean, for a lot of people, it was like being in hell. So,
yep, you know what? You're right. Now that you say that, a lot of the actual survivors of this festival speak literally about it being hell on earth. They spoke about the heat that was radiating, the pressure on their bodies, being entrapped, encased in darkness, being compounded by all of this human weight, the fear and the terror that that's literally what festival goers are literally reporting. They're literally using the terminology of hell, that it felt like hell on earth. I'm going to ask you, Khozmiq, because I think you referenced this painting as well. in our DMs on Instagram. Are you still there? Okay, while we're waiting on Cosmic, I'm gonna go ahead and go to Light. What do you make of these two images? You think that there's a correlation, or willful fantasy projecting, etc.? What do you make of it, Light?
Yeah, I think that it's probably a very intentional use of this Hieronymus Bosch painting, definitely, and also it kind of is also making me think about even just consuming things as a way of breaking them down, taking the vital essence of that thing, and what comes out is inert and dead, right?
Wow.
But also, I wanted to even touch upon what you mentioned
Mhm.
earlier about Adam and Eve and the Tree of Life.
Mhm.
Watchman Nee, in his book, The Spiritual Man, speaks about how the eating of from the tree of good and evil really began to cut off their wisdom from God. So, not really having wisdom, but relying on your own human intellect, and how that kind of leads to folly a lot of the time. And so, this kind of cleaving to sort of the flesh or what have you. But it
Mhm.
is really interesting. There's been a lot of themes here, as you've been showing us, of just death, the consuming of souls, and almost like the corrupting really of
Yeah.
people, and just taking the innocence, the vital
Mhm.
essence of a person, and them leaving as something else than what they came in with.
Even if you're not, even if you don't want to attribute the outcome to Travis Scott himself and his intention, do you based upon how much activity from Travis Scott himself coupled with set designs, etc., does it seem like to you somebody intended for this to be as chaotic as it turned out to be?
Well, it definitely, from especially everything that you've been showing and all that, it's kind of like a mounting pile of evidence, that I'd be at this point. It seems like it definitely there's a lot of intentional things being done here, and but also it's just when you mentioned that at a previous concert of his that he also incited this level of violence, so this obsession with death and wanting to incite people to the point of or near death seems to be a very constant theme, and obviously a very huge disregard for life. So if it's not him, or then it's multiple people, or what have you, whoever is allowing this to kind of happen. But um, I mean, I'm not in his house, so I don't know
Yeah.
either way what he's really doing. But just looking at a lot of these things, a lot of the artistic choices, that's intentional for sure.
Got it. That was well stated, Light. Semaj, what do you see here? What energy comes to mind when you see this?
I can see how this can be ritualistic, in the way that the image itself is portraying a story, though subliminal. It is the people giving their permission to enter into that sort of space.
Okay. Cosmic, what do you make of what energy? And now that I'm looking at this image, I realize that Scott's face is actually skeletal.
Yeah. Samaja, can you pull Isaiah 5 and verse 14? I think that certainly there's a lot of intentional. I know I was going to say while they're pulling that up. is something was clearly bound to happen. Okay, you've tipped enough dominoes, right? You've tipped enough dominoes that you don't have to follow each individual one all the way through intentionally. You know that whatever outcome I want will in some way be gotten to. Whether I know every minute detail of it, like I said before, at a certain point of critical mass, cooperative components begin to activate themselves.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that now this is what I will say about, to whatever level of sorcery or occultism as I work among celebrities. I do believe that many of them put enough things in place that they know will have a spontaneous reaction. It'll reach a critical mass and begin to take on a mind of its own. I believe that they are taught and trained in how to do that. I think entertainment does that a lot of times, at a certain point, and now it becomes an us thing. And I think that at that point, they can no longer be held personally responsible. Right? I think there is deliberate things done to at least get it to that point.
Yeah.
Right? How edgy can I be and all the while maintain my what I want to say, I don't want to use the word innocence, but so that I can't be charged with anything directly.
With you saying that, it brings to mind one of the old occultic sayings, that one of the rules of thumb in occultism, which is that truth must be in plain sight. How I believe darker occultists get around that is by honoring that, by putting it in plain sight, but just not explaining what is in plain sight. And so this is where the subliminal messaging, the encrypted messages, that is all sitting right in front of us.
As we said before, that conduct, that consent, that Semaj, do you have that verse in that contract? Because this is you brought up about. Can you read that? This is what's this again?
You said Isaiah chapter 5, verse 13.
Verse 14.
Verse 14. Okay, yeah. 14 says, "Therefore hell hath enlarged herself and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory and their multitude and their pomp, and he that rejoiceth shall descend into it."
It's very haunting.
Very.
So when I see these mouths of death opening up, there's a lot of language even in the scriptures about death eating and engorging, having a mouth, the mouth of the grave, the mouth of hell, the mouth of the earth was opened up, and they went down quick therein. So I think that a lot of this imagery, again, Travis is clearly an artist, okay, and art today is definitely about making things as edgy as you can. I think in the, how like during with the horror films or whatever, how there kind of became a desensitizing of like horrific things, tragic things. We've seen them so much in contexts where they're not real, right? Movies, video games, or whatever. It kind of desensitizes them in our own actual waking life. I think that it's quite possible that there is, I'm going to use the word again. I think there is quite possible some context is at work here to desensitize for even spiritual things, so that what is occult is not really occult, and so that you don't know what side you're on, how much of it is art, and how much of it is a triangle of art.
Yeah, for sure.
And just to get back to that point, just quickly there, I think it's also interesting.
Can you recite the Isaiah verse again for those in the audience who are wanting to?
It was Isaiah chapter 5, verse 14. It says, "Therefore hell hath enlarged herself and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory and their multitude and their pomp, and he that rejoiceth shall descend into it.
Jesus Christ. Isaiah 5, chapter 4. No. Isaiah 5, verse 14.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. But you know what's so funny? Just to add a little, scientists have also been stating that the core of the earth is also enlarging itself. And I know that there are certain biblical references, hell being in the center of the earth, or the dimension of hell, or the frequency of hell, etc. But I just find that to be very, very fascinating. I wanted to also present the cover art for Travis's album, which you guys can see is the same running theme of his head with flames and gas and fire coming out of it, and parents walking their children directly into the belly of the beast, if you will. And there's also children depicted in front with their popcorn and lollipops. And I find this image to be very interesting. I mean, we pretty much already understand kind of the given points that have already been covered here. But I noticed that there's like this golden globe, or this icon here, which I think represents idols. Really, in fact, when I think about it, idolizing, idol worshiping is what the statue, this golden globe statue, really represent. But considering also what you guys saw previously with the shirts depicting what looks to be young infants or babies or young people passing through portals, becoming red-horned individuals on the other side, the fact that young people completely lost their life, high schoolers, middle schoolers, elementary child even. Travis Scott wanted an ageless festival. He wanted an ageless feast. I'm suggesting this was even intentional because he's targeting the young. He's targeting this demographic. Why do y'all think that an artist who makes music, now we can kind of maybe move away a little bit from the metaphysical, but just on a surface level, why do y'all think that an artist who speaks about violence and drugs and all of the adult debauchery that he speaks about in his music would use this colorful imagery, and one that also bearing children on
it? I want to say Daniel chapter 3.
Daniel chapter 3, which reads,
somebody, can you pull that right quick? Daniel chapter 3.
I love these Bible verses, Khozmiq. Come on.
You got me in my,
I love it.
zone now. Oh, now that I have my lection up, you know, they can get the verse like I need them to. Beautiful. You got it?
Yeah, I'm getting to it.
Daniel chapter 3. This is not just Travis Scott. This speaks to even bigger something going on here. Mm-hmm. Okay. And you got it?
Yeah.
Come on, read quickly.
The entire chapter?
Let's come on. At least to verse 6.
Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits, and the breadth thereof 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king sent to gather together the princes, the governors, the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces, to come to the dedication of the image which Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Then the princes, the governors, and captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces were gathered together unto the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then an herald cried aloud, to you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And whoso falleth not down and worshipeth shall the same hour be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace.
Thank you.
Amen.
So what I find very interesting, because you mentioned about idols, mm-hmm. right? And even when we're talking about, it makes no sense to me. Even when we're talking about I'm sorry, that just distracted me. Like the feasting, okay, the spirit cooking or whatever. So this idea of fetishes, fetishization, is very, very old. The word fetish is did not always mean what we now have in our common parlance. A fetish originally was a spirit object. Fetishization was the making of spirit objects. This is why it's often related to people who have sexual arousal over different types of objects. All right, because through the orgasmic experience, you give that's how you bind that spirit to that object. The Bible uses the term in English terms as idol, which is a very, very bad translation. The Hebrew word there is teraphim. All right, a spirited object, an inspirited object. Okay, one of the things that's done is a sacrifice is normally done for that. Okay, that's always been the case. Hebrews 10:5, sacrifices thou wouldest not, but a body thou hast prepared for me. All right, needed a body, and there has to be blood given. Without the shedding of blood can be no remission of sins. But moreover, Leviticus says that the life of the flesh, the life of the body is in the blood. The life is in the blood. So all these types of elements have to come together to bind a spirit into physical form or into an object. All right. It needs that life force given to have that connection and that anchor in the physical world. I mean, you and I had to go through it. Your spirit, my spirit is in a blooded body. All right. We see that Jesus, after he had given up his spirit, the ghost, they pierced him in his side and blood and water came out. Okay, these are the things necessary. A body thou hast prepared for me. That body was bound together with blood and water and spirit. John 6:63, the words I speak unto you, they're spirit and they are life. So when you're looking at things like this, I think today it has happened so subtly. Talking more again about the table of practice and the triangle of art. When you pick up your cell phone, right now we're on screens. Every screen you look at is a black mirror. Right. There is deep occult relevance about the black mirror, the obsidian mirror, the palantir, the speculum, whatever you want to call it. It sits right there in the middle of the triangle of art. Whenever you turn your phone off, so you think it's off, or your computer or your tablet or your laptop or your smart TV or whatever, you're looking at a speculum. You're looking at a black mirror that is used to scry. Scrying is into that. Yep. Okay, either to engage the spirit world or to manipulate it in some way or be engaged by it. So when you look at Nebuchadnezzar, is not doing anything different than we're doing today. See, today we carry our altars in our hand. Amen. All right. Now I'm not saying that the mark of the beast is the cell phone, but it might not be the mark of, it might not be in your hand.
It might be the symptom of it though.
You see what I'm saying? It might not just be on your hand, but what do you always carry around in your hand? Notice this. He says that every time you are to hear the sound, the noise, the tune, and it gives so many different instruments there. Listen to all the different notifications held on our phone. They're buzzes and bings. These are little sound bites of some instrument. And he said, when you hear that, you're supposed to stop what you're doing and bow your head, which is what we do. Is what we all got this lynch in our neck.
My God, today.
And what do? We start worshiping. Right? We hear Facebook calls, so I got to go worship. We hear Instagram calls, we got to go worship. We got to go bow our head again, go, look over our dark mirror and conjure up a spirit. We say, hey, Siri, and she talks back. We say, hey, Alexa, and she talks back. These are spirits that you're conjuring up in dark mirrors. And what are you doing? You're divining. You say, hey, Google, tell me X, Y, and Z. You look into your whole crystal ball, it's this crystal glass now. And it's giving you information. You're divining.
Absolutely.
So when you are looking at this type of imagery, as we see with Nebuchadnezzar, he also set up a statue to himself, made of gold, that had music involved. And those who chose not to worship were cast into a fiery furnace. Now it appears in this particular picture, his mouth is on fire. To me, it does.
Yeah, it is.
So I just showed you from Daniel chapter 3. We looked at Isaiah chapter 5. We've been running cover to cover in this tonight.
Finally, the mystic shows up. I was trying to
was
usher this one in. He was trying to be all politically correct and trying to be all considerate, and he just went straight mystic mode.
But this is what we have to deal with, what we have to contend with. And our
I tell people, Khozmiq, though, all the time, like speaking to your comments about technology and things, that all of this technology is like the blueprint for this was earlier ancient spiritual technology, the cell phone, aka the crystal ball scrying, all of these things are based in those old spiritual equipments that are being refined and being reformed.
Now you remember the three most powerful sciences of the ancient world, as I said before, was theurgy. We now call it metaphysics, or sometimes they call it quantum physics now. Astrology, okay, that was bastardized into astronomy. And then, of course, you had alchemy that's bastardized into chemistry. And what are we hearing now about people going through the crowds, possibly pricking people with certain things? That's sorcery right there. All right, using these pharmaceuticals, okay, to inject people with these things. All right, and I definitely, as a prophet, want to warn people about all these pharmaceutical things. I'm telling you, many of you who've been praying for supernatural healing and you're wondering why heaven has not heard, it might be because the scriptures say thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. And the Bible considers pharmakia witchcraft because it's sorcery. In the 18th chapter of the book of Revelation, also in the 21st chapter of the book of Revelation as well. And you can also find it in the 5th chapter of the book of Galatians as a work of the flesh. So while we have people on the Sunday morning pew talking about who's a witch and who's not a witch, and want to burn this one and burn the other, they don't talk about what's in their medicine cabinet. It's a sense that they're being stuck in people while they're in this crowd to bring them to a type of state.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm not surprised that we're looking at these type of mass hypnoses coupled with sorcery. Let's call it what it is. These injections, and I also want to say this, I didn't get to say this earlier when you brought this up, but I do want to say, okay, that in my opinion, there's a difference between medicines and drugs. And I think that beyond the very obvious reasons why that is the case, also in the usage, is this being used to transcend something? Or is this being used to escape something? Those are very, very different. Yeah. When you think about, you said this used to be an amusement park, right?
Yes.
When you think about what amusement parks, where they came from, what their origins were, many of you are familiar with the term museum. All of these are shrines to certain types of spirits. The Greeks called them muses. Some of them say there were 7. Some of them say there were 9. All right, a museum means a temple to the muses. 9 different kinds of spirits that would inspire, or be to inspire means to be filled with a type of spirit, or to bring someone into an enthusiastic state, meaning to be filled with the God in theos. To bring you into these states. Music is the same way. It was often spelled M-U-S-I-C-K in the Old English, okay? To be music or musical, I see that suffix there means of or pertaining to. Of or pertaining to what? The muses. The muses. This is what is being dealt with and moved around and, can I just use the old-fashioned term, trafficked with, is what the old folks would call it, just trafficking with these kinds of things. Human trafficking, drug trafficking, soul trafficking. Can I also get Revelation chapter 18, please, in verse 8, I want to say.
If you guys are in the building, I want you guys to thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Y'all are getting your life. Legendary content, legendary shows, legendary panels, legendary discussions. We do it all here. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, baby. We do it all here on Consciouztv. As you're finding...
I wanted to see if they had the Revelation 18.
As you're finding that, I wanted to get Light and Semaj's take on this image as well. Light, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So again, even like as Khozmiq was mentioning, even the mouth looking like it's filled with fire. Again, like what I was mentioning with Molech, and you see these parents ushering their children even as a sacrifice for Molech. So again, we have another connection there with the children and, in a sense, child sacrifice, right? And also, I wanted to just bring up as mentioning trafficking and drugs that even in 2016, Texas was, and certain districts of Texas were, the highest statistically in terms of drug trafficking. So it's, again, it being in a place where those types of spirits that run the current through there are there. And then when I was looking at where exactly this place was, and just even there being near a body of water, closer to the coast, and then we have again these greed and demons of the even in the waters, right? And another thing that I wanted to bring up was that it also had reminded me when we had the image of his mouth and people entering into the mouth. It reminded me of Jonah, right? He goes into the mouth of that large fish, and again we have another. While it doesn't call it a demon per se, but a lot of these marine demons, there's another that sort of aspect happening. And the reason why he was in there in the first place was because he was rebelling against what God told him to do. So getting these children to rebel at a certain age, right? Introducing that, opening the door for that, so that they are more susceptible to not even just hearing God, being sensitive to what he is saying, his instruction, but instead we're going to pivot that.
Rule right now.
That's great intel. Like,
I'm glad she brought that up. I didn't even consider that. I just looked when she said Molech. I'm speaking out of turn. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I got excited.
No, you good. No, I was saying this is why I brought you all together to this, because this is
when she said that, I remember somebody said he is a Taurus. He's a Taurus.
Yep.
Molech was in the sign of a bull.
Jesus Christ. And y'all telling me ain't no intention that, baby.
No, I'm just what I'm getting to. Do we have Revelation 18? Because I got other verse I need to pull up too, because this is I'm from the
too much.
Revelation 18 verses 12 and 13, please.
You said 12 and 13. Yes.
I want you to hear, because remember we saw in Daniel 3, this was done in the province of Babylon. Now, the Bible speaks of Babylon not only as an actual civilization, but as a culture, as a world system, that opposes Zion or the kingdom of God. And you can read the 18th chapter of the book of Revelation for a full breakdown on all Babylon consists of, the ins and outs and all of that. But I want to pick out these two verses that talk about the type of merchandise, the type of market that happened in spiritual Babylon. This is 12 and 13. We're Revelation chapter 12 and chapter 18, verse 12 and 13.
It says, the merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all fine wood and all manner vessels of ivory and all manner vessels of most precious wood and of brass and iron and marble.
Okay, so that's, we can see that. Okay, gold and silver, we got that. Keep going. Let's see what other, because it starts to get very, very weird as to what Babylon is into trafficking. Let's get to verse 13.
And cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat.
Okay, so we're still pretty good on this. These are very, very, mundane things. Okay, practical bazaar, another day at the flea market. Let's keep going.
And beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men.
Whoa, that took a turn very quickly. How do we go from gold and silver and fine flour and wheat and frankincense and oil to slaves and souls of men? Babylon traffics was on the stock exchange for Babylon. A common commodity is slaves and souls of men. That's what Babylon transacted in and with. Now, when we talk about this in the context, let's look at Leviticus chapter, I want to say 18, verse 21. And then I want to go to Genesis 18 as well and get the king of Sodom, and we can wrap this up. Because I really want this to really be clear and relevant. Nina hit it right on the head when she talked about how this type of intentional targeting towards children begins to set them up in a state from the beginning where they cannot hear God. But they cannot hear God. I talked about before, Job chapter 31:1, that we make a covenant with our eyes. So if this is what we're constantly looking at, there is showing up an imagination. And anybody who trains prophetic people knows that the imagination is always the first door to the spirit world. It's your imagination. And depending upon what you are imagining, you are going to access different gates of the spirit world. Right? This is why Paul tells us in 2 Corinthians chapter 10 that the weapons of our warfare, they are not carnal, but no, they're not natural, they're not common, they're not mundane, but they are mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. What is a stronghold? Every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God, every vain imagination, bringing every thought captive. So there are captivating thoughts, there are ideologies, there are concepts, there are philosophies that show up as strongholds in the mind. I teach my team, and like alluded to this a little bit, one of the fastest ways I can detect demonic activity is through cognitive dissonance. Jesus called it a deaf and dumb spirit. You're not hearing what I'm saying, right? I didn't say that. Why? What's what I got from it? Yeah, but that's not what I said. So when we're looking at these types of images, we saw Nebuchadnezzar making a golden statue to himself with the judgment of you don't worship, be cast into fire. We saw but he did this in the province of Babylon. We saw more about the spiritual world of Babylon in the 18th chapter of Revelation, talking about that they traffic in slaves and the souls of men as common as gold and silver and ivory and precious stones. It was just another day at the stock exchange. We're just brokering souls today. When you're hearing about these children coming up missing in large droves, nobody can find them. There was some, when we talk about marketing, what type of products are we talking about? Jesus puts a price to the soul. He said, what shall it profit a man? A monetary term. To gain the whole world, monetary term, and lose his soul. You can transact with your soul. There are treasures in the soul. People say they sold their soul. That doesn't mean the soul is not an object. It's not a thing. Per se, I should say it's not only just a thing, but it is also a space. It is also a realm. It is also a dimension, and it has typology. It has mountains and streams and deserts in it. Your soul can be dry. Your soul can be moist. Your soul can be rainy one day. So there are aspects of your soul, treasures in your soul that's what you traffic with.
Chambers and compartments.
Absolutely. There are treasures in you that have jewels in you that the forces in the spiritual world want to use on as a commodity for them. So when we talk about somebody sold their soul, that doesn't mean they woke up the next day as a vegetable. All right. For example, I'm gonna go through, just for the sake of your fan base here. I'm gonna go through this just only because he's going to show him no kind of love, y'all. So there are 12, come on, Light. There are 12 treasures of the soul. So when you hear people talk about they sold their soul, again, no, they didn't wake up necessarily a vegetable or brain dead the next day. listen very, very carefully. What treasure in the soul did they sell? Okay? So, for example, one of the most common treasures of the soul is identity. We've all been there. We've sold part of ourselves, maybe to fit into something. We sold the cost of admission was our identity. We can be who we really were. We can think we really wanted to think. We can say what we really wanted to say. We had to sell some of our identity. Another treasure of the soul is your heritage. Like, you have a list of those 12 we can just call quickly. I don't want to belabor time here because I want to get back with Semaj.
Sorry, I don't have a list, but I know, so it's identity, there's vision, as you said, heritage, legacy, your destiny, relationships, times and seasons, resources, trying to think of what else.
Strategy.
Strategy, yep.
All of this that we've listed are literal treasures in your soul. When people are talking about, oh, I just want to come pick your brain for a little bit, and y'all go for that, you don't let, what you say just makes sense as in SENSE, not as in CENTS. You let people pick your brain for whatever. You're selling your soul. It's called strategy. You're selling your strategy. You sold your soul for lunch. What happened with what happened with Jacob and Esau? Esau sold his birthright. He sold his birthright. When the prodigal son was among the pigs, said he came to himself. He realized what he had sold, so he spent all his substance. That's not talking about his physical goods he got from his inheritance. No, he sold himself. Yeah. He sold some aspect of himself to get into certain areas. That's why I asked the question earlier. I said, how much humanity do you think they retain at certain levels?
Not much once you get to the higher parts of that level. We
see that in the 8th. Come on, with Leviticus.
You said Leviticus, what chapter again?
I think it's 18:21, passing through the fire.
And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire of Molech, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord.
Thou shalt not let thy seed, thy children, pass through the fire of Molech. Say, I want to have an ageless concert. People are coming in with babes in their arms. 10-year-olds are dying. You're seeing all this around their imagery, whatever. God says, I forbid you from allowing your seed to pass through the fires of Molech. These sacrifices. Last thing I want to say here, talking about the buying and selling. While we're talking, we see where it's done, Babylon. We see what's being done, slaves, souls of men being trafficked. We've already looked at the value of these things, the 12 different treasures in the soul. What is the currency of the soul, per se? Those 12 different currencies. Now, who are the brokers? What does God to say about who the brokers are in this? Give me the 14th chapter of the book of Genesis.
Khozmiq, when I tell you to come in here and preach, my God, today, this is what the hell I'm talking about. To hell with political correctness. When I tell you to come on this platform and get up in these people's stuff, this is what I'm telling you to do. Let loose and kick ass in the name of God. Give these people that work.
Okay. Come on.
Beginning at verse 1.
Actually, I'll let them read that in their own meditation time. Those who are really, the people who really, really want to know, they'll read the whole chapter. Those who they really don't care. Okay, I want to get down to, let's start at verse 15. Just to condense this, what has happened. Abram, his nephew was captured. Okay, in Sodom. We'll come at that in just a moment. Abraham goes to rescue his nephew Lot. All right, God is with him. I think Abraham only had like 118 soldiers or whatever, something like that, of his own house. And God is with him. And Abraham defeats 5 kings in their armies. with his ragtag bunch and God. And that always the story. All right. So what happens that after news of his victory spreads abroad, there now comes the brokers. Those of you who are in the music industry, those of you who want to climb the ladders of success, please hear me. Mark the date and time you heard these words coming out of my mouth. May they be your safeguard and your refuge in the day of evil. So you will know how to interact, what to say, and what to do. All right. This is nothing new. It literally is as old as the Bible. Okay. Two characters come into play. Here, Abraham has gotten a little bit of a name for himself. He's beat 5 kings, right? He's starting to get the eyes of the movers and the shakers, as it were. Let's see what happens. Pick up in the 15th verse. Again, we're in Genesis chapter 14.
And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the woman also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's dale.
Okay, now hold it. Now he has made this great big victory, right? His name is starting to kind of catch the wind, so to say, and somebody comes out to meet him. The Bible does not give us a name, but it does give us a title. You can put whatever you want to put here. The Bible calls him the king of Sodom, came to meet Abraham. And he comes to meet him in the valley of Kaveh, which is the king's dale, the king's valley, the place where kings would meet and gather to transact business and to make geopolitical changes. That's where he goes to meet Abram. It's called the king of Sodom, goes to meet him. Come on. Uh-oh, hello?
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, that was verse 17. Let's get in verse 18.
And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God.
Now notice, now here we have Abraham coming from his battle. He's victorious. The king of Sodom shows up, and we also see another king here called Melchizedek. All right. Now, if you use context clues, all of you good snoopers out there, you can kind of wink and find out who this king is called Melchizedek. What does he bring out again, Semaj?
He brought forth bread and wine.
And what was he?
He was the priest of the Most High God.
And he was also what?
A king of Salem.
He was a king of Salem. He was a priest of God Most High, and he brings out bread and wine. Now you call the whoever you want to call it, but let's keep reading in this context again. What happens? Who are the brokers of power in this commerce of souls? Come on.
And he blessed him and said, "Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thy hand." And he gave him tithes of all.
All right, so we see again, you have Abraham, 2 kings come to meet him in the king's vale. One is the king of Sodom, one is called Melchizedek, the king of Salem. The king of Sodom and the king of Salem. The king of Sodom and the king of Salem. The king of Salem brings out bread and wine and begins to bless Abram. He said, "Blessed be Abraham of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. Blessed be God Most High, which has delivered thine enemies into thine hand." And the Bible says that Abram gave a tithe of all the spoils of war. He comes into a covenant. He comes into a contract with the king of Salem, Melchizedek, the king priest, the priest of God Most High. But check this out. Remember, there's another king also there, the king of Sodom. Let's hear what he has to say. What is his proposal to Abram?
And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, "Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself."
So that's what the king of Sodom is always going to ask. One translation puts it this way. The king of Sodom said, give me the souls and you keep the spoils. See, there's always going to be that agent that shows up and knocks on the door, or comes to that back back channel meeting, or comes into that round table discussion and says, hey, I have a proposition for you. You keep all the spoils. You keep all the possessions. You keep all the stuff. Just give me the souls. As we saw in Travis's t-shirt, you keep the blue stuff. Give me the red stuff.
Wow.
Come on, keep reading.
And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine head unto the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread, even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich.
He said, Abraham says, no. He said, listen, sorry, too late, but I've already come into a contract with the Most High God, the Lord God. I can't contract with you. He said, because I know your type. You're going to say, if I take anything from you, you're going to say that you made me rich. He said, I won't even take so much as a shoelace. I won't even take a thread from you. I don't want nothing you have to offer at all. I know there's always threads and shoelaces attached to. There's always some wire, some string, some way for you to say, I made you rich. Verse 24, come on.
Save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me. Honor Eshcol and Mamre. Let them take their portion.
Now, check this out. This was just after this conversation. He refuses. He says, the only thing I'm going to take from you is what the other guys are owed. Because sometimes you will have people that are in the wings making contracts for you not even aware of. Yeah. But he refuses. You're always going to come to that point where you're going to stand before an altar, and before you shall be the king of Salem and the king of Sodom. Now, lastly, I want to say this. If you keep reading, because the Bible was not created with chapters and verses. We put them there for reference. But if you keep reading, even though it goes to chapter 15, it says, after these things, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision, saying, fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. Whatever you thought you gave up from refusing the king of Sodom, don't even think about it. I'll give you that and more. Do things my way. But the king of Sodom always comes with the same contract. Told you before, there are three laws: conduct, consent, and contract. Give me the souls and you keep the spoils.
What does it profit a man?
To gain the whole world and lose his soul.
There it is. There it is. Just to piggyback off that a little bit, it was the same contract offered to Christ during his 40 days and 40 nights. What did Saturn or Satan offer him? The riches, gold, power, the world, dominion. In exchange for what? His soul, his worship. I find this to be incredible. Also wanted to add this before we wrap up, and thank you for that, Doc. That was absolutely amazing and phenomenal. Is that when we see the images of the children on the t-shirt, in the album cover, even in the depiction of the Baphomet, is always children looking up, admiring, looking to. I want to let people know that don't get asphyxiated on children, because what children also, well, that's the question too. But when we see children depicted in this way, This is not a preying on just literal children, but of the meek, of the innocent, of the naive, and the virtuous of the world. Christ states in the New Testament that no man can see the kingdom unless he enters by way of the likeness of a child, that this system is preying upon your lack of. Think about what qualities children possess. They are loving, they are imaginative, they lack ego, which makes them easier to prey upon. They are receptive, and they're willing. More importantly, children lack critical thinking capacity. Well, people, virtuous people, humbled people, empathic people, oftentimes operate in the likeness of a child as well. And this system wants slaves, as Khozmiq is stating. They want moldable, instructional, programmable, controllable, subservient minded individuals. And so diluting your critical thinking, creating almost an anti-God intellectual scientific world also is a way to usher God out of the way, to divorce you from metaphysics and spirituality, and to get you to lean to a more rational, right here, right now, in plain view. All of this is going to obstruct any spiritual intellect, any spiritual intellectual capacity that you possess. And so I want not only you to govern your children accordingly, but govern your own minds. This attack is for all of us. Make no mistake about it. This manipulation has us all in mind. This system wants the same thing from all of us. Yes, you may.
So when you said children, it just ringed in my left ear about, well, which children is that? Because the Bible speaks of different types of children, right? Let's not forget that before we get out of Genesis, we have another set of children also created too in the 6th chapter of Genesis. They're children of somebody. Okay. Also, I want to look at 1 Thessalonians 5:5. For you are all children of light, children of the day. We are not of the night or of darkness. So that indicates they're children of the light, children of the day, and children of the night or of darkness. All right. Ephesians 5:8. For at one time you were in darkness, but ye are now light in the world. Walk as children of light. What does Jesus say? Come on, Semaj. John chapter 8. Get ahead of me. In the 44th verse. John chapter 8, 44. When I'm looking at all of these children motifs, now my mind's starting to open up into another different look here that maybe, while they're getting that, my father said this about false teachers, because he's a deacon in the church. He does a lot Sunday school and things like that. He says that false teachers and false prophets, false doctrine shows up like this. It will use the same vocabulary, but a different dictionary.
Amen.
That's how false teaching creeps in, right? They may use the same words, but have different meanings. Okay. So when we're talking about children, I may be talking about children, you may be talking about children, but they're talking about some other kind of children. You see what I'm saying? Genesis chapter 6 talks about children being born as Nephilim, children of the fallen. Come on, John chapter 8, you got it?
Yes, you said verse 44. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it.
So, and before you go in, right there, I just want to tell you that verse is what I see when I think about that image on Travis's shirt from the souls passing through the portal, being converted or being married to or coming into a relationship to the father of the lower realm.
Oh, it's called being made a, come on, Semaj, find that for me in the Gospels, being made a child of hell. a twofold child of hell. Look that up for me. Jesus talks about how they do this, how they make you a child of hell. While they're picking that up here, while they're picking that up, I just want to say this, that when we're talking about different ways that words are used, this type of double language, all right? Double language is the product what the ancients called check this out, a split tongue. What does that remind you of? A split tongue, a forked tongue, right? A serpent, right? Why? Because in the body of the serpent, in its inner knowing, it has the singular truth, right? The tongue is whole in the mouth, in the throat. But when it comes out, it comes divisively, right? It comes split. It comes with double language, double speak.
Dualistic.
Semaj, you got it?
Yes. It says, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you can pass sea and land to make one proselyte. And when he is made, you make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves."
Now read that again.
"Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you can pass sea and land to
Jesus
make one
says,
proselyte.
you go over land and sea. You go to every corner of the world to proselytize, or as you said, to convert others. And in so doing, you convert them to be twice a child of hell than you are. So there is children at work here. Children of night, children of darkness, children of hell, whose father is the devil, the father of lies. We see in Genesis chapter 6 that children were born unto them that were men of renown of old. Okay, the Nephilim were in those days and afterwards. So what I'm getting to is this. When we're looking at, again, these notions of one word meaning child, and you may think, oh, this just means innocence, or it just means light or fluffy or naive or sheep or meek or whatever. That may be in one context. All right, we'll be using the same language, the same vocabulary, but different dictionary. I'm looking at, or whomever we created this, they're talking about a whole different kind of children that they wanted your children to become like, right? To make them a more twofold child of hell than themselves.
And how do you do that in contemporary times where they can't literally kidnap your children, at least not yet, where they can't necessarily.
They do kidnap them.
Well, when they can't just.
No. I'm talking about right now, what they kidnap through captivation.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the other way that they are doing this too, is you do that by altering the culture. You do that by the imaging and the programming and the social programming that happens through mass media, music, movies, sitcoms, etc. You change the culture. This is how you weed out one generation and create a different type of generation. The Bible also talks about there coming a generation of lawlessness and mothers against daughters and sons against fathers, and that this age creeps in. And so this is
Judges chapter 4 talks about that. Exodus chapter 3 talks about this, that there arose a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph. Exodus chapter 2, I believe. Judges said there arose a generation after Joshua that did not follow the Lord. Moreover, I'm thinking about what we're talking about, this conversation, what's not being discussed is not only the blood sacrifices, if you will, okay, the dying sacrifices, but can we also talk about the living sacrifices? That's what's not being discussed. Okay, pull that for me in Romans chapter 12 and verse 2, Semaj, about the living sacrifice. That is a thing. That yes, 8 people may have died, but how many people lived?
So many more.
Right? So that's also a type of sacrifice. You have what the Bible calls the living sacrifice. A living sacrifice. Okay. Also, and I'm coming back to that as well, because the goat of Azazel, you're talking about the Baphomet, it's tied to that as well. Come on, Semaj. I'm in the 12th chapter of, where am I? Romans. The second verse. Somebody did not grow up apostolic, so the page is
apostolic in training.
Right, right.
And there's only one question I have to wrap this up with once you are done with your.
I got this, and I just want to go to the Goat of Azazel, and I'm done.
If you guys are in the building, once again, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up this video. Get this content out and subscribe if you're new here. Share this out to your pastors, your prophets, your preachers, your friends, your churches, your grandmothers, your neighbors, your social medias. It's all happening right here. And once again, everybody's information and contact information, because you guys have been asking for Khozmiq's social media handlers. I'm going to leave everything in the description box below, so make sure that you check that when we're done here. He'll also leave that information before we close the program out.
Semaj, you got it? You're still muted. We can't hear you if you're talking.
Oh, I was talking, my bad. You said Romans chapter 12, verse 2?
Yeah, Romans 12 and 2, yes.
Okay. It says, and be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good.
Could you give me the first verse? Begin from the top of that. Give me the first verse.
I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice.
Present your bodies a what?
A living sacrifice.
What kind of sacrifice?
A living sacrifice.
I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice.
Holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service.
What kind of service?
Your reasonable service.
Meaning the least you could do. Now, guess what? This is a spiritual principle. This is not just about God. Let me prove this to you in the book of Leviticus. That this is true also for other types of entities and beings, not just God. We saw that presenting your body as a living sacrifice to God was your reasonable service. In other words, the least you could do. Right? I saw the article where he dared they got to jump. You know, at the least you could, if you're not going to die for me, right? If I can't physically offer your life, then make your life the offering. Okay, I'm in the book of Leviticus, and let's look in the 16th chapter, Leviticus 16, and let's begin at verse, I think 5, and then I'm done. This is my last for the night.
Said verse 5.
And Semaj is flipping through the Semaj is flipping through the book, baby. Ain't no Google in it. In Semaj hand, it's the book.
This is them on a slow day. This is.
He said, verse 5, and he shall take of the congregation of the children of Israel 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering.
Come on. All right, so we have these offerings. You have 2 goats, and then you have a bull. Okay, come on.
And Aaron shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house. And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, and the other lot for the scapegoat.
Now, this brings in the random part of what you saw going on. These were sacrifices, this casting of lots. Whomever kind of got it, you know, where they're all connected, where they're all related, maybe not, where their lots cast, whomever just kind of fell where they fell. But notice this. So basically, they bring forth the bull. They bring forth 2 goats. The bull is so that the priest himself can be clean. All right. And the goats are going to be for the people. He's about to do something with these 2 goats. Come on.
And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which the Lord's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering.
Now, the goat that belongs to God for a sin offering, That is sacrifice. That's killed. Okay, that's a dead sacrifice. Keep reading.
But the goat on which the lot fell to be the scapegoat shall be presented alive before the Lord, to make an atonement with him and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness.
Now, so we see a living sacrifice also. One is killed, one is set loose and alive. All right. Now, when you read this in its original language, the word here for scapegoat gives you an actual name of a spirit that was offered up to, called Azazel or Azazel. All of you who are here, I'm sure, if you're not familiar, I'm sure you're going to find out very soon. If you know about the Baphomet and things like that, look up Azazel. This is right here in your Bible. I'm in Leviticus chapter 16. All right. There we see a sacrifice to the God, the Most High, and to Azazel. God receives the dead sacrifice. Azazel receives the living sacrifice. All right. We see Paul talks about this in Romans chapter 12, verse 1, presenting your body as living sacrifices. So all the children who were not murdered physically, but who have now left as living sacrifices, with the horrors of this, the traumas of this, the socializing implications of this. There are also living sacrifices.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Do you know who comes to mind as the biggest living sacrifice in this country? The Black community.
That brings up one of my favorite books by James. I can put it in. James H. Cone wrote a book called The Cross and the Lynching Tree. The two most powerful symbols of Black people in America, because the two both depict a Black man hanging on a tree.
Wow. Wow. You guys put that book in your notes. We might start a little book club over here. Thank you for that. My final question would be, considering everything going on in the world, all this messaging, how do, in a world where we can't necessarily control everything we're exposed to, if you are participating in television, media, cell phone, internet, social media, what are some things that people can do to protect their minds, to have a healthy sense of self and not be consumed or controlled by these realities that these messagings are trying to imprint and seed themselves within us? How do we keep those things from growing? We can't stop them from forming, but how do we keep them from prospering within us?
And this is what I think. This is probably not going to be this is what I think. Cut it off. Jesus said, if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off. It'd be better for you to enter the kingdom of heaven maimed than into hell with your right hand. Okay. Most of us have our phone in our right hand. All right. Begin to come off of social media if you need to. Disengage. Take a break. Stop worshiping. Stop bowing at the altar every time I give you a very small tip, a very, very small tip. Turn off your notifications.
And not just social media, but just all aspects of this system, under this capitalism, under this mass media, because it's not just in social media, it's in the TV screens, it's in movies, it's in sounds, it's in music.
These things off. Job 31:1, whatever you look at, you from a covenant with. He said, I have made a covenant with mine eyes. All right. If you're really serious about it, it's going to take serious. It's going to sound crazy and radical. If you want to have a very radical outcome. Okay. If you want to have a very radical outcome. When I train prophets, what I tell them to do, this is how we get very pinpoint accurate words. You got to flush this stuff out of you. You've got to divorce yourself up. You got to vomit this stuff up out of your system. You got to be purged from it. A lot of this stuff has demons attached to it.
Spirits.
Okay. So what I want to say is you have to, first of all, in your own self, look to see what type of person you want to be. All right. How clear and how clean do you really want to be? Not what may sound good or not what may come up in a moment of spiritual frenzy, but in soundness of mind, be very practical. How spiritually healthy do you want to be?
That's the
It's the
question.
same thing you would have with your doctor. If you are in a chronic situation, they're going to call for very drastic changes that would otherwise may not be necessary with other people. You've got to seek God for your, especially those of you who are prophetic prophetic aptitude. I am very, very, very concerned about all that we are eating in, because you can only prophesy out what you've consumed in. It's going to come out of those orifices some way. The scripture says that your dreams come about by a multitude of business. Some of your dreams are coming through polluted because of what you've been seeing. You think it's God. It ain't God. It's TV. You got to purge that stuff out. You got to get into three things: silence, solitude, and stillness. Especially if you're very prophetic. Moreover, you have prophetic children. You have got, listen, you're going to have to be that crazy parent. You got to understand this. You cannot worship two masters. What kingdom are you in? Are you in Zion, the kingdom of God, or are you in Babylon? Because they've raised their children two very different ways. There's two very different cultures at work. And you've got to be okay not being ostracized, not being looked at, not being talked about what goes on in your home. Joshua put it this way, the 24th chapter: as for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. You've got to make a demarcation. Job 38:11, hitherto hast thou come, thou shalt go no further. The buck stops here. My house, we're not going to have that. Tablets, TVs off at 7, whatever the case may be. People, let me tell you something. I want to encourage those of you who are parents as well. I want to encourage you to look at Daniel chapter 1. How Daniel and his friends, the young people, refused the king's dainties. They refused to eat what the king of Babylon was offering them. They lived in Babylon, but not as Babylonians.
Be in the world, but not of it.
Thank you, Semaj. Now you're ahead of me. Verse 8. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. It goes on to say this at the end of that chapter, that at the end of it all, Daniel and his three friends, who we know as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they performed 10 times better. Not half as good, not twice as good, 10 times better than the Chaldeans and the soothsayers and the astrologers in the court of Nebuchadnezzar. Because even though they were in Babylon, they did not live like Babylonians. You've got to make the decision today. How much is your child's God's destiny worth to you as the custodian of it? Will you also buy and trade that to fit in, to be relatable? We got to get out of this notion. The church did it to us worse. This religious spirit, this python devil that convinced us that you got to be, you don't want to be so heavenly minded. You're of no earthly good. My God, that's the point. My God, that's the point. I want to be so earthly, no good. No earthly disease can touch my body. No earthly calamity can take my life. I want to live in that messianic state where I am so heavenly minded. I am of no earthly good. I can say with the surety, as Jesus said, the God of this world now cometh, but he find nothing in me.
Favorite verse. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can drop the mic on that, Khozmiq. Light and Semaj. I want to get y'all's what would you say to people in this day and age as it relates to spirituality and finding that harmony in self? I'm gonna start with you, Light.
So definitely a lot of what Khozmiq said, but also additionally, what are you spending your time doing? If you're cutting off these certain things, you need to use your time wisely. And that's what I love about even in Psalms 90 and 12, where it says, teach us to number our days that we may apply our hearts to wisdom. We want to use our time wisely. We want to seek God and have relationship in that sense, so that you're not just emptying out the room, but you need to fill it with something. not just anything, but something specific and something definitely more holy than what was in there before. And I just wanted to quickly address, I think someone, my Yaya mentioned something about hiding from demons. We're not hiding from demons. We're cutting off the access, right? We're closing the door, and also not really about picking fights when nothing has transpired. But if, of course, if something's
Because if
going
you
on
stop
within
feeding
you,
it, it's nothing to fight. You just have to stop
yeah.
feeding it, whatever it's drawing from.
Just because, like, you say are a black belt, that doesn't mean you go out and start picking fights with people, right? It wouldn't be wise to, right? But if someone were to intrude in your home, oh, yes, you defend yourself. So definitely, I think just really about filling your time and pursuing the things of God, pursuing your assignment and your purpose. In really pursuing the things that you were meant to do, taking care of your body, taking care of your mind. We want to disconnect from, the ungodly things, but we want to connect then to the godly.
Absolutely. That is great feedback and intel. I appreciate that. That's wonderful. Semaj, what would you encourage in this day and age as it relates to staying connected and interconnected and aligned with the Most High?
I will speak on my personal experience. For me, it was more of the seclusion. It was more of the disconnecting, like Khozmiq mentioned as well, as turning off like your notifications, trying to put yourself in a place or on a pedestal where you're aware of what you're giving your time to, what you're worshiping, what I guess you're worshiping it to a point where you're idolizing it. When you put yourself in that pedestal, when you seclude yourself, when you disconnect, you'll have that sort of awareness. And once you disconnect, as Nina was saying as well, is about filling it with something else. And I believe it was in Matthew chapter 23, verse 26, where it talks about cleaning the inside of the cup, so that your outside as well can be purified. So it has to start within first in order to affect everything around.
That's what Yahshua stated, from within and become, from within and become, from within and become. This was literally amazing. You all blessed the people and got in this and exceeded my expectations, which I already knew y'all would bring legendariness, but this exceeded even legendariness. This was the manifestation of knowledge and truth and kingdomship. I want to thank you all. Khozmiq, you're doing obviously a wonderful job with those under your tutelage. They're in the right place, under the right person. And for those of you who are interested in also joining Khozmiq School, Khozmiq has he's growing a whole university, ushering in students to teach them all the ways of God's kingdom, which is an array of different sciences, spiritual sciences, gifting, teachings, prophetic abilities, etc., healing. The whole nine goes down. Can you once again, Khozmiq, tell the people where they can find you? And I also want to make mention, you can Google Khozmiq. His name is spelled the same way here. As an easy find, okay? Facebook, Instagram, all that. But
just Google me, literally, Khozmiq. I'm the only Khozmiq in the world. First of all, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to the Prince of the Eunuchs himself. He asked me to come. We've been talking about doing something. It's been a while, and it's good to be back on the platform. And I'm very, very grateful to be here. I'm so glad that my team.
Can y'all tell this man that y'all love him? Because for some reason, he act like he ain't family over here. I be telling him, my people be eating you up when you on this platform. They live for all of this. They're hungry for all of this nuance. They're hungry for spirituality. They're hungry for awakening. They are moving beyond, the traditional ways of our parents and wanting to reconnect and find new ways to even see old material. And that's all the work that we're out here doing.
I love your platform. So you're always answering questions and questioning answers. But you can find us again, House of Zion Spiritual Temple. You can find us online at ziontemple.org. Zion Temple, ZIONTEMPLE.org. Also, of course, you can find us on different social media outlets. We're on IG under my same handle. We're on, again, Facebook, Khozmiq Newage there. You may find me as Dr. Khozmiq Newage there, DOKTOR, maybe there. Instagram, YouTube, you can find us under the Conjure Chronicles. We have made a lot of our videos private, so I don't know, there's not much on there now. But certainly where you want to find us is in the temple online. We also have an app you can download there. Again, ziontemple.org. I just want to say, if you'd be so kind, not only should you be investing and participating in the projects with, I keep calling the Prince of the Eunuchs, Consciouztv, but also they've got ministry that they're doing, very, very big stuff. Their books are open. My books are pretty much closed, are pretty much booked up, but their books are open to take consults as well, and their healing practice, their spiritual medicine practice. Also, Semaj, another one of my godchildren, their practice is open. They can speak for themselves, please, and talk about their practice and currently how they are engaging the marketplace.
That was a commandment.
So, and thank you, Consciouztv, for hosting us and all of that. Thank you so much. So yes, you can find me on IG at Light and Shadow Healer. I have links there for my website and booking located there as well. So yes, my books are open for spiritual healing. So that includes Reiki, that includes me interceding on your behalf, so you can get free of things that are keeping you bound up, especially in sickness and illness. I also am open for consultations. So if you just need some guidance, whether it comes to love, your your career, just or spirituality in general, my books are open for that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that's the Light and Shadow Healer on Instagram.
Yes, it is.
Okay, got it. Now, once again, you guys remember, I'm going to put everything in the description box as well. Semaj?
Yes, you can find me at Instagram at Conjure_King. I specialize in the creation of talismanic seals. I think the information for all of my business things is on my page.
Okay, I will get all of that.
Now, what's y'all Cash App now? How can they actually give you some actual money? Because you got to take what you're saying from making sense to making sense.
Hey man, I'm gonna put a light. Give it to me, like.
So it's PayPal.me Light and Shadow.
PayPal.me Light
/Light and Shadow.
/, yeah.
And Shadow. Is that all a lowercase?
All lowercase, yes.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
And so if you want to invest in my ministry, I definitely pray over everyone who gives. So thank you in advance.
I'm gonna screenshot this because I'm gonna add all this to the description box as well. Semaj, do you have a PayPal or a Cash App that people could contribute to?
I do not.
Okay. We're gonna work on that humble spirit of yours. God telling you to not be of the world, but certainly utilize its cash register. My God. Okay. Khozmiq, you have given over your social medias as well.
Yes.
Okay. That concludes the show, you guys. I'm gonna fill in this description box really well. I thank you guys for being here. I don't even have anything to say. It's all been said. I stand behind everything stated here. Keep your mind alive, stay humble, stay healthy, have great and healthy and loving points of attraction. Keep your prayer life good. Don't be afraid to be a parent and not a friend to these young people. They're being bombarded with an excess amount of information and data and stimulation. This is very unique to this particular generation because we've never lived in such a fast-paced technological age. So it's just very interesting navigating the way that the world is changing, and we don't have to be afraid. We just need to be prepared. Yes, the world is changing. Yes, it's not necessarily changing for the better in some ways, but do not be afraid. Trust in thy God, and just know that all things are well, and keep yourself as cleansed and as balanced as possible. I love you all. Please stay blessed. And in the words of my spiritual mother, honey, stay in peace until next time, and not pieces. Good evening, you guys. And I'm going to end.